A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. People have been known to make $1 million from a single idea. And yesterday, Danny Stratford had one that he believes belongs in that class. He confided in Max. And while Max heartily approved, he cautioned him not to tell Mary. This gives us cause for concern, because when that lovable old scat starts having secrets from Mary, look out. Today, the situation in the Sanders household is the same. Mary is racking her brains for an idea to bring Jeffrey Barton, head of a large Chicago corporation, back to Sanders. Barton is seeking a factory site, and if Max could only talk to him personally, Mary is sure he could be persuaded to build in their town. This new business would be the solution to most of Mary and Max's problems. The day Barton's car skidded onto their lawn, Mary invited Barton to the house. He appeared to be a very pleasant person, and Mary did not foresee any difficulties in getting to see him. However, it's been impossible for Max to reach him since he returned to Chicago. Yesterday, Danny thought he had an idea, but so far nothing seems to have come of it. Now we're going to take you into the palatial inner offices of the famous Barton Corporation in Chicago. The first person to speak is Jeffrey Barton, the man Max is so anxious to see return to Sanders.
Miss Woodward, will you come in here, please?
Yes, Mr. Barton.
What in the devil is this doing on my desk?
That's a letter from the sheriff's office at Sandman.
I didn't ask you what it was. I can read. I know that yellow slip inside the envelope is a traffic ticket, too. Why did you leave it here?
I wanted to speak to you about it.
You mean to say that you intended to take up my time with some trivial thing like a traffic summons?
This one doesn't seem to be trivial.
Ridiculous. I didn't kill anyone. Cheated a little, perhaps, but you just have these things fixed.
I know that, Mr. Barton. I always do. But this one isn't as simple.
Of course it is. Mail him a check.
I'm afraid I can't. It says that you must appear in Sanders personally to pay a fine for reckless driving.
Miss Woodward, I'm certainly surprised at you. You've been with me for 8 years. You know how things are handled by this time.
Naturally, I do. But this is the most difficult ticket you've ever had. I phoned the sheriff at Sanders and told him we'd mail in the fine, but he refused.
Refused? Refused what? My good money?
Yes, sir.
You can't do that.
But he did. He said... Well, if you want to hear his exact words, he said... Tell Mr. Barton to hop on his city car and be in my office at 10 sharp tomorrow.
This is the most absurd thing I ever heard. Why didn't you tell him to make the fine as high as he pleased? That would have settled things.
I took the liberty of doing that, Mr. Barton, but he told me to, skedaddle.
Skedaddle?
That's right. He said to skedaddle back and tell you that attempted bribery makes him mad.
The impudence of these small-town deputies. They try to be more important than the president.
This one seems to run the town. I even tried
Quiet, Miss Woodward. I'm thinking. Sanders. The same name as the town. That's grand. Max Sanders, call him.
Well, I was about to tell you that Mr. Shaw mentioned his name and said that he'd be able to fix the ticket.
He'll do it all right.
No, he won't. I told him. He says he hasn't any influence with Sheriff Barton.
I can't believe that. Why, this Max Sanders operates most of the interest there. Well, what do you propose to do about this?
I don't know, Mr. Barton. I'm afraid it's up to you.
All this stupid, unintelligible, preposterous...
Mr. Barton, what can I do?
Well, don't stand there as if you actually expected me to go to Sanders.
Well, if you don't, they may arrest you for contempt of court.
You can't do that to me. No whistle-stop sheriff can drag me 90 miles to appear on a traffic charge.
Well, I'll do whatever you suggest.
Philo. Call Mrs. Sanders. Why, she's the one person in that idiotic town who'll have a little sense. She'll be able to fix things. There's a clever woman. I don't know human nature.
I'll phone her immediately. I presume she has the same phone number.
Probably. Call her on my phone.
Yes, Mr. Barton. Operator, will you connect me with Sanders 624? Hurry it through, please.
I wasted a good quarter hour of my time fooling around with this ticket, this nonsense. Why, I wouldn't go back to that town again on a bet.
Yes, operator, we're waiting. She's ringing them now.
Good. I'll talk to her myself.
answer it, dear.
No, don't bother, Mary. I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, this is Sanders' residence. Who? Well, I'm Max Sanders. Won't I do? Oh, I want to speak to my wife. Well, I'm sorry, pal, but Mary's out right now.
Max.
No, I don't know when she'll be back.
Max, who are you talking to?
Well, look, pal, I'm sorry, but there's not a thing I can do for you. I know Mary couldn't either, you see. I'm positive.
If you don't tell me who...
Mary, you hear you. Well, now, I'd be glad to if I could, but you can't in this town. No, it's not. I'm on the level. What? Hey, you can't... Golly. Boy, he knew some brand new ones.
Max, Tilly, Sanders, you made me stand here and listen to you, Sid. Now you better tell me what it's all about.
Oh, gosh, honey, now listen, don't get sore.
Well, who wouldn't?
But...
Someone calls me, and you very coolly tell them I'm out.
Well, you wouldn't have wanted to speak to this guy. Boy, he used some awful language toward the end.
If I know you, he was probably justified.
What?
Come on, out with it, Max. Who are you talking to?
Jeffrey Barton.
Jeffrey Barton?
Yeah.
You, Jeffrey Barton?
Yeah, sure, the kid himself.
Oh, Max, what have you done?
Hey, now, don't look like that. No, it ain't that bad.
Why, Max, you've done something to antagonize the one man we need. The one man who could help us. Oh, Max.
Well, it was part of the idea, Mary. Danny's idea. I thought it was great, too.
Well, I gotta sit down. I doubt if I could hear anyone standing up.
Oh, sweetheart, listen, don't.
You want to tell me the rest?
Sure. Yeah, let me sit on the arm of the chair.
All right.
Yeah. Well, you see, we had to get Barton to Sanders, right?
Well, we wanted to.
Well, same thing. Okay. Well, I couldn't leave the state because of my little agreement with the DA. Right again?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Well, now, for goodness sake, tell me something I don't know.
Well, I'm coming to it. Danny knew that we wanted to see Barton at any cost. So he suggested that we get Barton arrested.
Max, have you gone crazy?
No, we got his license number from you at the garage and had Sheriff Barstow send him a summons for reckless driving. Oh, wasn't that a pip of an idea? Now he's bound to be in Sanders tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Max, of all the stupid, unintelligible, preposterous ideas.
Do any of them words mean dumb?
All of them.
Well, now, you could be wrong, Toots. You know, I read once where it don't make no difference how you go about doing anything as long as you get it done.
I see. The end justifies the means. Is that your theory?
Yeah, that was it. That's what the book said.
Well, I don't agree. Why arrest the man at this late date? If he deserved the ticket, they should have given it to him while he was here.
Yeah, well, we didn't know we wanted him arrested then.
Oh, that makes it twice as bad. Using the law and causing a busy man like Mr. Barton all this inconvenience when he has something very important on his calendar for tomorrow. Max, I'm ashamed of you and Danny both.
Yeah, but look, Mary, he was driving fast.
I know, but...
And our corner is shot. There's a big sign that says, slow up.
Yes, but...
Yeah, and you have 2 babies now. Why, when their car skidded onto our lawn, Susan and Jimmy might have been right there in that spot.
Oh, man.
And if we let Mr. Barton just go on driving like that, why, someday something will happen.
Well, that's right. He should be reminded of bad driving.
Sure.
He might avert a tragedy.
Yeah.
Maybe save his own life.
Well, I'm glad you're looking at him the right way, Mary. And then, too, don't forget, he'll be here in Sanders.
Oh, that was a wonderful way to get him here.
Sure.
But, darling, do you realize the state of mind he'll be in?
Well, I guess he'll be a little steamed up.
A little? Max, he'll be furious. Why won't he be look at us? Didn't you think of that?
Oh, Danny and I was too busy habeas corpusing.
Well, I can see that all right, dear, but now that you've produced the body, what's the next step?
Well, you see, Toots, I thought I'd let you take care of that.
There is an assignment. Max and Danny have Jeffrey Barton burned to a crisp because he must appear in Sanders to answer a traffic violation, and they expect Mary to talk business to the man. Faith is a higher faculty than reason.
Program. Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
think of Texas Sandman, Rochester?
He stands a pretty good chance, boss.
Yeah. How about 30?
A mighty good horse.
It's a shame that Busher is out of the race. She would have been the heavy favorite. Gee, she'd have been a cinch.
Wait a minute, boss. In horse racing, there's no such thing as a cinch. Remember what happened to me last year when I bet on a cinch?
Didn't he win?
Well, he came in last. When he finally did finish, he was disqualified for not having a jockey.
Oh, you mean the jockey was thrown off?
No, he starved to death.
Well, let's look at the racing form again. I don't know. I still like that long shot, Ligero Honey.
Oh, no, boss. You take Texas Sandman. He's by Shipton Sands the second out of Swamp Queen.
Oh, you mean his mother and father? I still like Ligero Honey.
But, boss, take a horse like Surdy. He's by Mio de Arezzo out of Risky Miss.
Oh. What about Ligero Honey?
He's an orphan.
Well, so is Barbara Stanwyck, and she's doing all right. Believe me.
Barbara Stanwyck?
Yes. She won the Daily Double Indemnity. Say, that's a good one, isn't it? Double Indemnity. Oh, boy. That was good. I wish Miss Livingston and Mr. Harris were here to hear that one.
Yeah, I wish it was anybody but me.
Never mind. Come in. Gosh, I don't know. There's so many good horses in this race. There's Paper Boy, Bull Ray, Best Effort, Challenge Me.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Jack. I don't see that here.
Jack, I said hello.
Oh, hello, Mary. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to pick a horse in the big race tomorrow.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't go to the races. You're such a hard loser.
I am not.
Go on. Last year when you went to the track, you had a vial of poison strapped to your leg.
Vial of poison. Gee, you're so clever. Say, Rochester, here's a horse.
Oh, say, Jack, I got a letter from Mama. She said she heard last week's program and thought it was great.
She did? Good.
She thought Ingrid Bergman was wonderful the way she played Gaslight.
No, she was.
And Papa said you were as well as Charles Boyer.
Good. What did Mama say to that?
Nothing. She just gave Papa some black coffee and put him to bed.
Well, your mother wouldn't even like me if I was good. Now, here's a horse called Shuffle that... You know, Mary, I never saw anyone like your mother. She hates me, and I do everything in the world for her. I remember her on Christmas, her birthday, Mother's Day. What about that ocean trip I offered her to go to Europe?
A fine offer. You told her to join the WAC.
Well, if she couldn't pass her physical, it's not my fault. See, Challenge Me, Stickles Choice. That's a good... I'll tell you another thing, Mary. If your mother doesn't change her attitude toward me, I'm going to stop sending her my old slats. Now, let's see. Stickles Choice, Challenge Me.
Now, Jack, Mama...
Wait a minute. Let me see. I wonder how much weight she carries.
240 pounds.
I'm not talking about your mother. Anyway, if she'd taken some of that off, she would have passed her physical. Let's see. Stickles Choice. Come in! Next time you write a letter to your mother, tell her Well, hi, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Larry. How's married life?
Oh, fine, except that my wife can't cook very well.
What do you mean?
Well, we had some people over for dinner 2 weeks ago, and I don't think the meal agreed with them.
Why, what'd they say?
Nothing. They're still sitting there.
See, Stickles Choice.
Mr. Benny, are we going to rehearse for the program?
As soon as the rest of them get here.
Then I'll go in by the piano and rehearse my song, Navajo Trail.
Okay. Stickles Choice, Challenge Me. Corbett's writing Georgie Drum. Peterson from Texas.
again. When the sunlight's beginning to fail, I ride through the slumbering shadows along the Navajo Trail. When it's night and crickets are calling and coyotes are making a wail, I dream by a smoldering fire along the Navajo Trail. I love to lie and listen to the music when the wind is drumming a sagebrush guitar. When over yonder hill the moon is climbing, you'll always find me wishing on a star. Well, what do you know? It's morning already. There's the dawning, so silver and pale. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail.
I've gone over this racing form 5 times, and I think you're right. It looks like Texas Sandman all the way.
Now you're talking, boss.
That settles it. Texas Sandman. I'm going out there tomorrow and put $2 right on his nose. That's what I'm going to do. You can give me your $1 now, Rochester. Hand it over.
Okay.
If the world comes to an end tomorrow, it's okay with me. I've seen everything.
What'd you say, Mary?
Nothing.
Now, Rochester, when I go to the track tomorrow, I'm going to wear my brown tweed suit. Is it pressed?
Yes, sir.
Good. By the way, I found out about you wearing my gray suit Wednesday night when I was out.
Me?
Yes, I found out all about it. Now, admit it. You did wear it, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Doggone, that parrot's been talking again.
It has not.
I'm sick and tired of the way that bird spies on me.
Rochester, my parrot doesn't spy on you.
Then how come his returned address is the house on 92nd Street?
Never mind that. Now, Rochester, the rest of the gang will be here soon. We're going to rehearse in the library. So be sure there are plenty of chairs in there.
Okay. Doggone that parrot. Tells the boss everything he sees. I wonder how long you have to cook a parrot before it's tender. Doggone, I'd like to hit him over the head with his own drumstick. Well, I'd better go and get the library fixed up. It's kind of dusty in here. Guess I'd better... Just look at him sitting in that cage watching me. I'd better get busy or he'll rat on me.
Hello.
I won't pay any attention to him.
Hey, Rochester.
I'd better move these chairs over here.
Hey, Rochester.
Child, quiet, blab them out. One of these days...
Rochester!
Yes, boss?
Answer the door.
Answer the door.
You better be quiet, Polly. Don't you tell me what to do. You know I've been around here longer than you have, and if you keep that up, I'm going to...
Shut up.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Rochester.
Hiya, Roch.
Hello, gentlemen. It's Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson, boss.
Oh, come on in, fellas. everybody's here, we better start rehearsing.
Okay.
Hello, Don, Phil. So you boys are a little late.
My fault, Jackson. I started playing with my little daughter, and I forgot all about the time.
Oh, that's all right, Phil.
Say, Phil, I saw your little daughter the other day, and that baby is sure growing. She looks just like Alice.
You ain't kidding, Mary. Last night she put on Alice's high-heeled shoes and one of her long dresses, and I couldn't tell them apart.
Honest?
Yeah, after dinner I threw Alice in the crib and took the kid to the Palladium.
Phil, you know that didn't happen.
Well, it was the kid or the nurse. Somebody went with me.
Now, let's forget it and start the rehearsal.
Jack, I wish that last week you'd have let me be Charles Boyer in that sketch with Ingrid Bergman.
Oh, fine. Pate Boyer.
No, I'm serious, Jack. Listen.
Don.
Let me take you in my arms and press you close.
Don, you're hurting me. Now, come on, we're late. Let's get on with the rehearsal.
Yeah, let's get started.
All right, kids. Now, here's the rehearsal. Now, Phil's band picks up right after the commercial. All right, hit it, Phil.
Canopy, the breeze that fills the trees with rare and magic perfume. Oh, no! It isn't the breeze, it's Jackson time. La, da, da, da.
Then after Don's introduction, I say thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And say, Mary, did you have a good time at the races yesterday? Well, go ahead, Mary. You got the next line.
Oh, Jack, I don't want to do that corny joke. It's awful.
It is not awful. I wrote it myself.
Well, just listen to the way it sounds. You say, did you have a good time at the races, Mary? And then I have to say, well, yes, except the horse I bet on was so slow the jockey had to get off and bush her.
Did you get it, Phil?
Yeah, I got it all over me.
Well, I like the gag, and it stays in.
Well, then everything that Fred Allen says about you is right.
Well, let's not talk any more about Boston's half-baked bean. We got to get on with this. Oh, there's the phone. We can never finish a rehearsal. Hello?
Hello, is my daddy there?
Your dad? Oh, is this Phil Harris's little girl?
Yes, and I want to talk to Hotshot.
Hotshot? Is that what your mommy called your daddy?
No, that's what he calls himself.
No.
Yes, Hotshot Harris with the heavenly hair.
Oh, no. Well, just a second, honey. I'll call your daddy. Hey, Hotshot, you're wanted on the phone.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, hello, baby. Is there anything wrong?
Yes, Daddy, I just came back from the candy store.
Oh, well, what did you buy?
Nothing. They told me the check you gave me is no good.
What do they mean, no good? I made that check out properly, and I signed it, too.
I know, Daddy, but you put your X on the wrong line.
Oh, well, I'll straighten it out when I get home. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Goodbye, Hotshot.
Nothing wrong, is there, Phil?
No, let's get on with the rehearsal.
Oh, we are oceans apart. You're never out of my heart. I simply close my eyes and there you are. There in the dawn's early light, there in the still of the night, I look behind a star, and there you are. Whenever there's a storm, I don't even hear the thunder.
you had the last line, and as soon as we...
Hi, Benny. Hello, everybody. Thought I'd drop in to see if I can get any ideas for a couple of publicity stories.
Oh, hello, Steve. Sit down. We're rehearsing.
Go right ahead. Just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
Thanks, Steve. Now, Mary, let's forget the butcher joke and go on with...
Hey, Benny, I got a publicity campaign mapped out for you that's a dilly. I'm going to give you a new build-up. I'm going to play down Benny the comedian and play up Benny the glamour boy.
Me? Glamour boy?
Certainly. Your name should be in the gossip columns every day, tied up with a lot of dames. You know, the romantic angle.
But, Steve, I'm almost 37. But, huh?
Nobody let that get out of this room.
But, Steve!
Yes, Benny the romantic angle. That's it. I'll get everything fixed up. Tomorrow night, you're going out with Lana Turner.
But will Lana Turner go out with me?
Why, sure. We're going to wrap a towel around your head and call you Turhan Benet.
Now, wait a minute.
When I get through with this campaign, Benny will be as famous as hot dogs or apple pie. Jack Benny will be the delight from the Bobby Sox Brigade. Jack Benny will be the...
Polly, sit down.
Just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
I'm sorry, Steve. That was my parrot.
Oh, well, I got to get going anyway now, so I'll see you a little later. So long.
So long.
Dave, Benny, don't let that 37 get out of this room. From now on, you're 25.
Oh, Steve, how can I look like 25?
What you haven't got in the flesh, I can get out of a jar. So long.
Steve, what happened?
You're 37 again. I dropped the jar.
Well, I'm glad he's gone. Now, come on, kids. Let's finish the rehearsal. That was the most tiring rehearsal I ever went through. So many interruptions. I hope I get a good night's sleep. Gee, this bed feels good. Well, I might as well take my shoes off. This little piggy went to market. This little piggy... Oh, I guess I'm too old for that. I was 25 for a few minutes there. Say, I wonder if... Where's the mirror? Say, I don't look so bad with this towel around my head. I'm the chic of Araby. Lana's love belongs to me. I better turn out the light and get to bed. Gee, I hope I do well at the track tomorrow. I think Rochester was right. Texas Sandman looks like a good bet.
Of course, there's so many good horses in that race, you can't tell.
Are you with it? That's a good show bet. Sergi, Sickles' choice.
Jack, have you placed your bet yet?
Yes, Mary. I bet $85,000 on Challenge Me. And just to insure it, I bet $2 on Texas Sandman to show. I got a hunch Challenge Me is the horse. Who you betting on, Mary?
I put $50,000 on Rinso White.
Better be careful, Mary. A whole week's salary.
Oh, Jack, look. Look, Jack, there's a horse in this race called Buck Benny.
Where? Oh, yes, Buck Benny, named after me.
Hey, Jackson, who you betting on the 56th race?
Well, I'm thinking of Gypsy Rose Lee.
So am I, but who you betting on?
Well, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next race, Texas Sandman will run with blinkers and a win.
I must mark that down.
Single Choice will run with blinkers and a win.
I must make a note of that, too.
Buck Benny will run with glasses and a cane.
Mary, how do you spell cane?
WLXTYGR.
Isn't there an E in it? There's no... Hey, Mary, look, the horses are passing us now on the way to the track.
Yeah, and look at poor Busher. She can't be in the race because of a lame leg.
Yeah, isn't that a shame? I'm going over and give her a lump of sugar. Hello, Busher, old girl. You hurt your little footsie, didn't you, girlie? I'm so sorry you're not in the race. How do you feel, Busher?
Lousy.
Say, Busher, I put $85,000 on Challenge Me. What do you think of his chances?
With me out, they've all got a chance.
I guess so. Well, goodbye, Busher. I'll see you at Claudette's on New Year's. Sorry she hurt her foot there.
The horses are all at the starting gate. Steady. Steady now. And they're off.
Boy, let them go.
Ian Valley off the right to front. Valley is the second. Valley is George's third. Valley the loudest fourth. Valley the tickle is fifth. And sixth place is Herman Valley.
Come on, Challenge Me.
And they hit the halfway mark. He missed it by a length. El Lobo is second and Greensburg on third.
Gosh, he's been there so long.
Challenge Me is forward all the way to fifth, and here comes Mildred Pierce.
Mildred Pierce?
Hurt by shaking hands with the devil.
You're not kidding.
They're all in a bunch of returning for home. So while they're all gathered together, I want to say a few words. Horses, do you ever suffer from a frail tail? Do you develop grits on your pit? Do you get close from your loaf? You do? Then why not try sympathy?
Gee, I didn't know that was good for horses, too.
There, coming down the home stretch is Gaslight, leading by 2 lengths. Mary's mother is second.
Mary didn't tell me she was running today.
Autocrat is third. Hot Dog is fourth, and Luca is coming through on the outside.
Gee!
And Kelsey is coming up from behind.
Come on, Challenge Me!
Wake up!
Come on, Challenge Me! Get in there!
Boss, you're dreaming. Wake up!
I've been... Oh, yes. Gosh, what a dream that was. Oh, Rochester! Rochester, quick!
What?
Give me a sleeping pill. I gotta find out who won.
Do that joke about Busher. I think it's terrible.
Well, that's all right, Mary. I don't want to hurt Busher's feelings anyway. She told me she feels awful.
What?
Busher told me that... Oh, never mind, never mind. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You said it.
Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
You bet. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Year after year, the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy this fine Lucky Strike tobacco to give you real deep-down smoking enjoyment. Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
Sold American.
The Lucky Strike Program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, if you remember last week, Jack had a dream that he went to the racetrack and bet $85,000 on the winner, Challenge Me. So now we'd like to take you back about 6 days. It's Monday afternoon. Jack is in the library of his home talking with his press agent, Steve Bradley.
But, Steve, I don't know what the...
I'm telling you, Benny, if you don't go for this publicity stunt, you ought to have your head examined.
All right, Steve. What is it? Quiet, Polly. Steve, what is it?
Well, this going to be slapped on the front page of every newspaper in the country. By tomorrow afternoon, the whole world will be talking about Jack Benny. Why, you couldn't have gotten this much publicity if you had married Margaret O'Brien.
All right, Steve, tell me, what is this big...
Hello.
Polly, quiet. Steve, you haven't told me what this is all about. For heaven's sake, what is this big story?
Baby, this is so big, it's even too big for me to tell you. What time is it?
4:30.
4:30, turn on that radio. Erskine Johnson's on. I gave him the story, and I think he's going to break it today.
Turn on the radio, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Erskine Johnson in Hollywood. There's some very exciting news today from the film capital, and here's the hottest news of all. I've just learned that in the recent Gold Cup race at Hollywood Park, Jack Benny, famous tightwad of screen and radio, bet $85,000 on the winner challenge me. The price was $17.20 to win. This netted the comedian exactly $646,000. What a break for Benny.
Turn that off. Turn that off. Steve, are you crazy? Have you gone nuts? Have you lost your mind?
Now, Benny, don't get excited. Come down off of that bookcase and let me talk to you.
But, Steve, don't you remember I told you it was all a dream? It didn't happen. I dreamt that I bet $85,000 on Challenge Me. Why, I wouldn't
Hold
bet...
it, Benny. Now, hold it. Nobody outside of this room knows it's a dream. Now, we're going to make them believe it really happened.
What?
It'll give you a new personality. Why, all your life you've been Benny the skinflint, Benny the cheapskate, Benny the miser. Benny the miser, Benny the miser.
Polly, be quiet.
Now, from now on, it's going to be Benny the spendthrift, the plunger, the sport, the diamond timbrady of the 20th century. Everybody in America will be talking about the new Jack Benny.
Well, say it, Steve. It might be something at that. I guess it wouldn't hurt if people thought it really happened.
Not a thing. I got to run now, Benny, and look. Whenever you're out in public, I want you to light your lucky strikes with $10 bills.
$10 bill? But, Steve...
All right, use 5.
But I don't want to burn a $5 bill every time I go...
Okay, use 1, but wrinkle them so nobody can see the numbers.
But even $1 bills, I don't want to go around...
Couldn't he use a red-hot penny?
Yeah, I have plenty of matches.
You've got to impress the public, Benny. Now, this will be in every Hollywood column. Llewellyn Parsons, Jimmy Starr, Hedda Hopper, Harrison Carroll, Harry Crocker, and Benny. Be sure to listen to your radio every night this week. So long!
Gee, Rochester, you know, he may have something. This may turn out to be a great thing for me.
Yeah, your dreams are getting better all the time.
They sure are.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gabriel Heater. Oh, yes, there's big news tonight. There was nothing outstanding in the news last night. No one knows what the news will be tomorrow night. But, oh, yes, there's big news from Hollywood tonight. Jack Benny, the comedian, went out to Hollywood Park last Saturday and placed a bet of $85,000 on Challenge Me to win. Mind you, to win. Benny watched calmly as the horses ran and remained calm. The Challenge Me came up from far behind to calmly win the Gold Cup race. And the horse paid a big price. Jack Benny won $646,000. Oh, yes, there's one happy soul in Hollywood tonight. And now, just 30 seconds for my sponsor.
Rochester, tonight's the night we're supposed to listen to H.V. Kaltenborn.
Yes, sir, I'll turn it on.
Good evening, everybody. Well, we have several new developments in the news this evening. Yes. Those developments come particularly from Russia. But before I give you the news from Europe, here's a very interesting item from our own country. It has been disclosed that Jack Benny, radio screen star, won $646,000 on Challenge Me in last Saturday's Gold Cup race in Hollywood. Benny, who has been known for years, is inclined to hoard his money. He placed a bet of $85,000 on the horse that won the race. This comes as quite a surprise to the nation. And now the latest development from Russia. It seems that...
Turn it off, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Rochester, isn't this terrific? All this publicity, and the only ones that know it was a dream are Steve Bradley, you, and me.
And me.
Quiet, Polly. Rochester, I'm going I'm going upstairs and shave before I go to bed. Don't forget to come up and tuck me in.
I won't, boss. I won't. Doggone, the boss should have stayed a baby. He's scared of the dark, likes milk, sucks his thumb, and sleeps with a teddy bear. Well, I guess he never... Uh-oh, there's the door.
Good evening. I'm a reporter with the Associated Press. You're Rochester, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Fine. You're just the one I wanted to get my story from. Now, let me ask you something. Have you noticed any change in Mr. Benny since he won all this money?
Well, no, except that now he's strongly in favor of a large army and navy.
Yes, I can understand that. Now, an interesting sidelight on this story would be how Mr. Benny carried this money home from the track.
Well, I don't know, but I imagine in the usual way, in his shoes.
He carries his money in his shoes?
Uh-huh. You can tell his financial condition by his height.
Really?
Yeah, when he reaches 6'5", he's on his way to the bank.
Well, Rochester, this is all very interesting, and I'd like to ask you one more question.
Yes, sir.
I imagine since Mr. Benny won $646,000, he throws his money away.
Yes, but not far. Not far.
Well, he probably doesn't want people to think he's a show-off. Thank you very much, Rochester.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, I better go up and tuck the boss in. Tomorrow Saturday he's got a rehearsal. I hope he's asleep or I'll have to tell him a story. Let's see, I did Little Red Riding Hood last night. Oh, well, I'll do the Three Little Bears. He never remembers that. Yeah, that's the one.
There's quite a crowd around NBC today, isn't there, Rochester?
Yes, sir. Have you got the scripts, boss?
I've got them. Let's go in.
Let's see your passes before you... Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
Yes, hello, Mike.
Congratulations, Mr. Benny. Sure, it's the luck of the Irish you had at the races.
Oh, you heard about me cleaning up on Challenge Me.
That I did. How does it feel?
Feel? Well, to tell you the truth, it doesn't make me feel any different. I haven't changed a bit.
I was afraid of that.
Uh-huh?
I mean, I was afraid of you changing.
Oh. Well, come on, Rochester. Let's go on inside. Funny how everyone in town knows about me winning that money. See, that Steve Bradley did a terrific job on the publicity. I'm the most talked of man in
Jack, congratulations. Let me give you a big kiss. You know, Jack.
Wait a minute, Mary. Gee, I'm all out of breath. You never kissed me like that before. Gee, you got lipstick all over my forehead.
Gosh, Jack, imagine you winning $646,000. The things you can do with that money.
Yeah. See, I can buy limousines, a yacht, a new flint for my cigarette lighter.
Gee, I can't understand it. How did you happen to bet $85,000?
All I happen to have with me. I was wearing low shoes that day.
You know, Jack, there's one thing puzzling me. Last week when you told me about this, you said it was only a dream.
Oh, you see, Mary, I was too modest to admit the truth.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen you bet more than $2 on a horse.
Well...
And even then, you give the jockey sealed orders to be open at the first turn.
Just the same, Mary, I'm telling you the truth.
Hiya, Jackson. 646,000 pieces of federal lettuce. Congratulations, Mary. Kiss me, you dove.
Well, you were supposed to congratulate me.
I know, but it's more fun this way.
No lipstick on his forehead. He's got a bad aim.
You know, Jackson, I can't get over you betting $85,000 on a horse.
Why?
Well, you've been so cheap all your life. You must have a dual personality.
Bill, I'm the same guy I always was. There's no such a thing as a dual personality.
Certainly there is. There are two sides to everyone.
What?
I got two sides to me.
What do you mean?
Well, there's one side of me that likes bourbon, scotch, gin, beer, and pretzels.
Yeah?
And then there's the other side of me that don't like pretzels.
Bill, you've got three sides. There's another side of you don't like music. Now, come on, we got to rehearse.
Jack, what kind of show are we going to do this week?
Oh, I don't know, but I think I'd like to do another sketch like Gaslight. You know, the one we did 2 weeks ago with Ingrid Bergman.
Say, Jackson, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. That Ingrid Bergman dame puzzles me. I never knew that Ingrid was a girl's name.
Why not?
Well, last year when I didn't want to sign that new contract with you, that's what you call me.
That was Ingrace. My goodness, can't you tell?
Well, hello, Mary.
Hi,
Phil.
Hello,
Hello, Jack, and congratulations.
Well, Colonel Blimp.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I wish you'd stop making fun of my weight. It's not my fault.
It isn't that?
No. Gosh, Jack, being fat's no fun. Only yesterday I went to the doctor about it, and he said that my excess weight was due to a rare illness known as pulmonarium digestibilis equinarius.
What does that mean in English?
I eat like a horse.
Don, I could have told you that without Latin, you know.
Oh, but Latin's a wonderful language, Jack. Remember those immortal words of Julius Caesar? So roundium, so fermius, so fully pactium.
You're right, Donium. And at Julius Caesar's funeral, when Mark Antony got up before the crowd and standing over the body said, "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco." Even Julius got up and took a couple of puffs there. All right, kids, now let's start
Say, boss, the telephone operator's been trying to reach you. You got a long-distance call from New York.
Oh. Well, I'll take it on this phone here.
Say, Mabel. Yeah? Mr. Benny's dressing room is flashing. I wonder what Stella Dallas wants now. I don't know. I'll find out. Hello?
Operator, this is Jack Benny. You have a long-distance call for me?
Just a second, Mr. Benny. I'll check on it. Say, Mabel, did you handle a long-distance call for Mr. Benny?
Oh, yeah, New York was trying to get him. I'll plug in the long-distance operator. Say, Gertrude, ain't that Jack Benny an amazing character?
Yeah.
I'll never forget how he kept buying me candy bars and trying to lure me up to his apartment to show me his etchings. And finally, like a darn fool, I went,
"Gee, what happened?"
He showed me his etchings. You know, I don't...
Hello, NBC. Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll plug you in immediately. Gee, Mabel, my switchboard's all filled. Benny's on the first plug, Gildersleeve's on the second, and Greenberg's on third. You think that some... Yes? All right, I'll tell him. Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, operator?
That long-distance call was canceled.
All right, thank you. All right, kids, now let's start the rehearsal. Where's Larry Stevens?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, kid.
Gee, $646,000. Oh, boy, could I use that money now that I'm married.
Why? What would you do with all that money, kid?
I'd go on a honeymoon.
But I thought you went on a honeymoon.
Yeah, but this time I'd take my wife with me.
Well, kid, someday you may be as smart as I am. Now, let's get on with the rehearsal. Now, Larry, you go over your song while we go in the other room and read the script.
Okay.
Now, come on, fellas.
You came along from out of nowhere. You took my heart and found it free. Wonderful dreams, wonderful schemes from nowhere made every hour sweet as a flower for me. If you should go back to your nowhere, leaving with me a memory, I'll always wait for your return out of nowhere, hoping you'll bring your love to
How'd the rehearsal go tonight, Mr. Benny?
Fine, fine. Now remember, Rochester, don't you dare tell anybody that my winning all that money was only a dream.
Don't worry, boss. It'll be our little secret.
Boy, what a publicity stunt this is. That Steve Bradley certainly knows his business. He's really a genius. We're only a block from home now, Rochester. You can start putting on the brakes.
There you are, boss, right in front of the house.
More like it. Last night I had to walk back a block. Rochester, I'm going in. You put the car in the garage.
Yes, sir.
What time is it, Rochester?
11:15.
That late? 11:15, huh? Well, you can have the rest of the night off.
Thanks, boss. I'll run to the country for a rest.
Good night.
Good night.
Let's see. Where's my key? Oh, here. I'll have to get a longer keychain. This doorknob hurts my stomach. There. Gee, it's dark. Where's the light? Oh, here. Gee, I can't get over.
All right, Benny. Stick 'em up. Yipe! Come on, Benny. Get back in your shoes.
What? What is it?
It's a stick-up. Now listen, Benny. I want that $600,000 you won at the racetrack.
But I haven't got it. I didn't win any money. My press agent, Steve Bradley, he put it in the papers. It was just a publicity stunt. The joke's on you. See?
Now stop stalling, Benny. You keep your dough in a vault, and we're going down there and get it.
But I...
Get moving. And right straight for that vault or I'll drill you.
Yes, sir. Would you care for a cup of coffee? Huh?
No, Benny, I just want to get in that vault.
Yes, sir. Here we are.
Now, I got this gun right in my pocket, so no tricks.
Yes, sir. I'll open the door.
Who goes there?
Oh, it's me, Ed.
Oh,
hello, Mr. Benny. Who's that with you?
Oh, he's
I'm a friend of his.
Yes, Ed, he's a friend of mine.
Well, any friend of Mr. Benny's a friend of mine. Come on in, browse around.
Thanks.
Haven't seen you in a long time, Mr. Benny. How are things in the outside world?
Well, we won the war, and the boys are all coming home.
Good. I'll bet they'll give General Pershing a great reception.
No, Ed. You see, this
Cut out that chatter, Benny, and open that safe.
Yes, sir. Ed, I might as well tell you. This is a gangster, so don't make a false move.
Well, any friend of yours, a friend of mine.
Open that safe. Open that safe.
Yes, sir. Let's see. The combination is right to 45, left to 160,
back to 15, then left to 110. There.
I haven't heard anything like that since I broke out of San Quentin.
Look, mister. You can see for yourself. I haven't got $600,000. All I got in there is $10,000. And I need it.
$10,000?
Yes. Please believe me. The $85,000 I bet on the horse was only a dream. Look, that's all I've got. $10,000. You wouldn't take that from me, would you?
You're darn right I'll take it. Now, come on, hand it over.
My, this is thrilling.
Mister, please, don't take that.
Hand over that 10 grand or I'll plug you.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
All right. Now, both of you stay right where you are. And I'm warning you, don't move.
I'll go after him, Mr. Benny.
No, Ed. Put down that bow and arrow. He's got a gun. Oh, my goodness. $10,000. $10,000 gone. Darn that Steve Bradley with his publicity. It's all his fault. If I told him once, I told him 1,000 times. I said, Steve, it didn't happen. It was a dream. I dreamt that I won $600,000. But no, he had to go for his wild, crazy, stupid publicity. Ladies and gentlemen, sometime between October 29th and December 8th, your doorbells will be rung by a Victory Loan volunteer. Answer the doorbell and welcome him or her. Because these are the Americans who worked faithfully and hard to make previous bond drives so successful. Although the war is over, we haven't paid the bill for it. And the quota for this Victory Loan is $11 billion. We'll make it. And by we, I mean you and me. The Victory Volunteers. All of us. This will be the last victory drive, folks, so it's really our last chance to show these fighting men still in our hospitals and all our men and women in uniform that we know they finished their job, and we'll finish ours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gabriel Heater and H.V. Kaltenborn were impersonated by Ollie O'Toole. Erskine Johnson was impersonated by Erskine Johnson. Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here is my good friend Effie Boone.
Sold American. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
That's right. LSMFT.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment
For you.
Sure thing. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's programmer, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45 out of 45 sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
There's fine smoking pleasure in fine tobacco. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
Oh, my goodness. $10,000. There should be some action on this. I called the police hours ago. I'll turn on the radio. Maybe there's some news.
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. There's a happy man in Hollywood tonight. Nobody knows how he felt last night. No one can tell how he'll feel tomorrow night. But, oh, yes, there's a happy soul in Hollywood tonight.
And he's supposed
This is the national...
Good health to all from Rexall. Yes, it's Sunday, time for the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, presented by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall family druggist.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, taking a little time from behind the prescription counter this Sunday evening to speak for all 10,000 of us. The 10,000 druggists who have added the word Rexall to our own store names. You can always tell us by the orange and blue Rexall sign in our windows. The sign means that we carry the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. They range all the way from aspirin to penicillin, and they're as fine and pure and dependable as science can make them. We recommend them to our customers because we know you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Last week, Alice noticed that her clothes were getting tight on her, and she decided to go on a special health diet. She feels the diet is not only good for herself, but also for Phil and the children. And the family has been on this imposed diet for 5 days now.
Alice, do we have to eat this stuff for lunch again?
What's wrong with it?
Well, look at it. Raw carrots, vegetable juice, dried fruit, herbs, and celery tonic. Can I have something that tastes good like a hunk of blubber? I'm getting weak from eating this stuff. And look at the kids. They're wasting away to a shadow.
Oh, stop exaggerating. This health food is good for them. Children, eat your lunch. Alice, pick up your fork and start eating.
Yes, Mommy. Daddy.
Yes?
Help me lift my little arm.
Now, you see what I mean? They're weak, and no wonder. They're practically living on raw carrots. Carrots for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Look at Phyllis. She's so weak she can hardly keep her little pink eyes open.
Don't be ridiculous. Carrots will never do her any harm. Now, Phyllis, start eating. Phyllis, I'm talking to you.
What's up, Doc?
Up to this. Dr. Crail says this diet is very healthy, and I'm going to stay on it until I lose weight.
I can't understand. Why do you have to lose weight?
My clothes don't fit me. I'm getting fat.
Well, it isn't noticeable.
Oh, it isn't?
No, you don't look any fatter to me than usual.
What was that?
Hand me my 9-iron, Caddy. I got to get out of this trap. No, look, honey, what I mean is well, you're not fat at all. In fact, you're much more slender than any matron your age.
Matron?
You better tee off again, Daddy. You lifted your head on that one.
Look, Alice, believe me, you're just as slender as you ever were. Just how much weight did you put on anyway?
Oh, I don't know. I'm afraid to step on a scale and find out.
You're on a diet and you don't know how much you weigh? Well, I give up. I just don't understand you women. You're a mamigma to me.
Philip, the word is enigma.
I'm using the feminine tense. Smarty, where'd you come from, Willie?
The door was open, so I walked in. Hello, Alice. Good morning, Philip.
We talked already.
Billy, you're just in time for lunch. Won't you have something?
Yes, would you care to share a herb with us?
No, thank you. I just finished a delicious lunch. I had a hot roast beef sandwich with mashed potatoes and gravy and apple pie.
Cut it out! I haven't had a decent meal since Alice put us all on that Dr. Crail's health diet. I'm telling you, Willie, it's killing me.
But Dr. Crail's health foods are wonderful, Philip. I ate nothing else for 3 months, and they did wonders for me. Yes, indeed. Why, you wouldn't believe it, but when I went to Dr. Crail, I was a 98-pound weakling, and look at my physique today.
Yeah, 102 pounds of solid nothing. Look, if your sister wants to go on a diet, that's her business, but why do I have to go on it?
Because you can stand it. You're getting a little flabby yourself.
Flabby? How can you say that to me? Me, a perfect streamlined specimen of American manhood.
Streamlining is beginning to sag a little. You're getting a double chin.
That ain't no double chin. It's just that my face has so much good looks it overlaps. Hey, Alice, I can't take any more of this. I gotta have some food. I'm just a bag of bones now.
Oh, you are not.
No, then how come every time I step out in the backyard, the dog tries to bury me? I don't care what you say. I'll go to the kitchen. There must be something in the cupboard I can eat. Not even a can of anything left. Just herbs, dried fruit, pablum, carrots. Pablum? That's the stuff Alice used to feed the kids when they were babies. How come we got baby food? I wonder if... Hey, if this stuff's good for babies, it ought to be good for me. I'm going to try some. Hey, this don't taste bad.
Hi, Curly.
Oh, hello, Frank.
Alice told me you're in here. What are you doing?
Eating.
Eating what?
Pablum.
Oh.
Kitchiku. Remley, stop pinching my cheek. Sit down. I want to talk to you.
I don't want to bother you now. I'll come back after your 2 o'clock feeding. So what's the idea of eating pablum?
Well, I got to eat something nourishing. Alice is on a diet. And put me on it, too.
Yeah?
Look, Frankie, I'm so hungry I'm desperate.
You are, huh?
Yesterday I wrote to my congressman to see if I couldn't get in on the Marshall Plan.
Looks like I got here at an opportune moment. That's what I come over to see you about. Our pal Bill Chilius is opening a restaurant tonight. It's going to be televised, and he wants stars like you and Alice there.
A restaurant?
Huh?
With food? Yeah.
Hey, how would you like to sink your teeth into a big, juicy sirloin smothered with onions? French fried potatoes and Curly, stop chewing on my arm.
Well, I'm sorry. Look, Frankie, I'd love to go to that restaurant opening, but Alice won't go and she won't let me go either. She says we're going to stay on this diet until she loses weight.
Curly, you don't know how to handle women. All you got to do is flatter her, make her think she lost weight.
Yeah, good enough. But suppose she steps on the scale and finds out she hasn't.
Well, you could be prepared for that exigency.
No, I couldn't.
Why not?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, all you got to do is set the scale back.
Set the scale? Hey, you got something. Yeah, sure. Set it back. Hey, look, I'll go in and fix the scale right now. Now, all you got to do is flatter Alice into weighing herself.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll flatter her into thinking she's the most slender thing that ever stepped on a scale, and she'll...
What are you fellas doing in here so long? Where's Phil, Frankie?
Somebody talking to me? Did somebody just come in?
It's me, Alice.
Oh, there you are. God, I didn't see you. You're so thin, you're hardly noticeable when you stand sideways.
Oh, stop trying to tell me that... You think I'm thin?
Definitely. I imagine when you take a shower, if you don't stand in the right position, you don't get wet.
Oh, Frankie, let's not overdo this. I think that
Hey, Frankie, I got everything all fixed. I set the... Oh, hello, Alice.
You set what, Phil?
My hair. I just washed it, and it's a mass of ringlets.
Phil, you know, Frankie thinks I look slender.
Certainly. So does everybody else. That's what I've been telling you. If you'd only weigh yourself, you'd see that we're right, too.
All right, I'll do it. I'll go in and see.
Yeah, we'll go with you. Hey, Curly, the scale fixed?
Like a crooked slot machine. Okay, Alice. Now, look, get right up on the scale.
All right.
Right up there. That's it.
There. Gee, I'm afraid to look. What does the scale say? How much do I weigh?
32 3/4 pounds.
32 3/4?
Well, that's with your clothes on, honey. You don't really weigh 32 3/4.
Well, Curly, you fixed the grate.
I can't understand it. I just set that knob back a little.
Oh, I might have known it was just a trick to get me off my diet. Just for that, I'm going out and buy another month's supply of that health food.
Oh,
Goodbye, boys.
No, not another month of that stuff. Sometimes I wonder why I ever became a married man. There's so many other things I could have been. When I was young, I had about 1,000,000 aspirations, hopes and expectations, things I thought I'd be. A fireman, an actor, a farmer with a tractor, an acrobat, a crooner, a captain of a schooner. Then I wanted to be president. But now I'm kind of hesitant, because when I look around, the things I see, they don't appeal to me. So, you know, I want to be a goldfish, a happy little goldfish. Believe me, life would be a bowl of thrills. No need to be a scholar, no need to earn $1. Don't have to lift a gill to pay your bills. Why, they haven't any troubles, and life's a bowl of bubbles, 'cause romantically they're always in the mood. For when a little he-fish pursues a little she-fish, not once does she resent his attitude. Why, he's never in hot water about some fish's daughter, so don't blame me if I wish I were a goldfish. That's what I want to be, a goldfish. Just a happy little goldfish. Believe me, that's a life of ease and class. Why, it's so hunky-dory in manners piscatory to wave your penny in a bowl of glass. Now, they think their life is dreary now. In fact, it's very cheery. Why, they giggle just by wiggling their tails. Their music, though aquatic, from swing to operatic, they get by playing up and down their scales. Why, no golf to throw your stance off, no news to scare your pants off. Don't blame me if I wish I were a goldfish. No dentist makes you holler, no doctor pills to swallow, no rheumatiz to lay you up in bed. Listen to this. You snare a golden cutie, it ain't her father's duty to grab a gun and fill you full of lead. So until this world of taxes gets back up on its axis, please, just for a little while, I want to be a goldfish. Hey, how was that, Frankie?
Curly, you're right. You're from hunger. So what you need is a good meal. How about coming to that restaurant tonight?
I just got through telling you that Alice ain't going to let me. I ain't going to get a square meal again until her clothes fit her.
Until her clothes fit.
That's right.
I think I have a solution.
Hold it a minute. Just hold it a minute now. Don't come in with another one of them extremities or strikers.
Well, listen to me. Look, if we fixed Alice's clothes so that they fit her again, she'd think her weight was normal and she'd start eating.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, if the dresses are tight, all we got to do is let them out. Open a few seams.
That's it. You go up and get Alice's dresses, and I'll get the sewing machine ready.
Okay. Hey, Frankie, now please be careful, will you? These are Alice's best dresses.
All right, let me have them.
Wait a minute, Frankie.
What?
Look at me.
Yeah.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Don't I always? I know how to handle this stuff. First thing I do is open the seam. Just a little. Very carefully.
Remley, look what you did.
Don't worry. That's just the first step.
Now what do?
Baste the hem.
We what?
Baste the hem. You know what that means, don't you?
Of course I do. What do you think I am, stupid or something? What good is it going to do to pour gravy all over the dress?
Curly, your ignorance is amazing. Basting the hem means letting out the waist.
Oh, it does?
Sure.
I thought they called that pleating the peplum.
It's the same thing.
Well, how much should we let the waist out?
Not much. About 5 inches.
Let's make it 10 and be on the safe side.
Okay. I'll stitch it up. There we go. I'll have this thing finished in no time. Do it carefully. Get a nice, straight
Wow,
line.
if it ain't breaking the sewing machine, girl.
Oh, darn you, Julius, you made me run the needle over my finger. Look at it. What are you laughing at?
You're the first guy I ever seen with a hem-stitched cuticle.
Look, Julius, will you go away? We're busy.
What are you doing?
We're basting a hem.
Oh. If you got any time out on Tuesday, I got a bodice that needs flaring.
Let's do it right now, Curly.
Okay, put him over my knee and I'll flare his little bodice.
What are you guys doing with Miss Faye's dresses?
If you must know, she's put on some weight and we're letting them out about 10 inches.
10 inches? You mean she's that fat? This is the end of everything. My dream boat has become a barge.
She's not that fat. Just that her clothes are getting a little tight on her.
You're just saying that to make me feel better. Tell me the truth. How fat is she?
Now, look, Julius,
Come on,
don't...
give it to me straight. I can take it. Is her obesity obnoxious?
Will you stop that? I keep on trying to... Is her who what?
So that's why she hasn't been in to buy groceries lately. She's ashamed to be seen.
All right. Have it your own way. She hasn't been out of the house because she can't get through the front door. Now get lost, will you?
All right, I'll go. This is a severe blow.
Oh, Phil, where are you?
Uh-oh, it's Fatso.
Quick, Frankie. Yeah. Frankie, hide the dresses under the sewing machine and cover it up. Hurry up. Here she comes.
Phil, will you and Frankie come out and help me?
Well, don't stand there, you guys. Go out and help her. She must be wedged between something. I'm leaving by the back door. I just can't stand to see her waddle in. Goodbye.
Waddle in. To hear him talk, you'd think that she was...
Help me with these bundles, will you, fellas?
Oh, hi, Alice. You're back, huh? Hey, Alice, did you bring home one little steak for me?
No. Dr. Crail doesn't believe in steaks. Now, please, carry these bundles in the kitchen.
Oh, come on, Frankie.
All right.
Dr. Crail doesn't believe in steaks. Dr. Crail. Guy probably eats nothing else when nobody's watching.
Yeah. If Alice saw the guy eating a steak, that'd get her off of him. Well, wait a minute. I think I can arrange it so Alice will see him eating one.
See him eating one?
Yeah. You know, I told you they're televising the opening of Chilius's restaurant. All you got to do is invite this doctor to have dinner with you there and have a steak put right down in front of him.
Yeah, I get it.
You see?
Alice sees all this on our television set.
That's it. I'll stay here to make sure she tunes into the right station. You better get going, Curly. You haven't got much time.
Okay, I'll call the doctor right now and tell him to meet me at the restaurant at 6.
Okay, goodbye, Curly.
If Alice asks me, goodbye. If Alice asks me I've gone, I'll tell her that I had to meet Jackson.
Okay, see ya. Goodbye, Curly.
All right, goodbye. Hey, thanks for the idea, Frankie.
You bet. Goodbye.
I kind of hate to leave. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Curly. Oh, great. Wait till Alice sees this doctor eating a steak.
What's keeping you fellas so long? Where's Phil?
Phil. Oh, Phil. He had to leave. He had an urgent phone call to go over and see Jack Benny.
Oh, gee, I hope he's back in time for dinner.
Yeah, well, he will be. Do you mind if I stay around, Alice? There's a television show on at 6 o'clock that I want to see.
Okay. But if you'll excuse me now, I have to go and get dinner ready.
Okay.
East is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where I'll keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows and rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the seamen grow. Let's move down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes, and I'll stand out in buttons and bows.
We'll love you in buckskin or skirts that you homespun.
Oh, but I'll love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't hold a gun. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce and the cactus hurts my toes. Let them moose wig out, keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and I'm all yours with buttons and bows.
Home on the range doesn't mean a thing to me.
'Cause the city's where I feel at home, and not the lone prairie. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce, and the cactus hurts my toes. Let them moose wig out, keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows.
Give me Eastern women,
where women are women in high silk hose and peekaboo clothes and fresh perfume.
that rocks the room,
And I'm all yours in buttons and bows.
Well, I'm so happy you're able to come to the opening of my restaurant, Mr. Harris. Is Mrs. Harris going to join you?
No, she couldn't make it, Chilius. You see, I'm having dinner with my doctor.
Oh, I hope there's nothing wrong.
No, it's just a little matter of...
I beg your pardon. You're Mr. Harris, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm Dr. Crale's associate. I'm Dr. Carlson.
You're Doctor... But I thought... A beautiful girl like you,
Shall I draw the curtains, Mr. Harris?
No! Chilius. It's not what you think. This is my doctor.
Of course. Sick like that, I should be.
Dr. Crale couldn't make it, Mr. Harris. I hope you're not disappointed in my being here.
Well,
You don't mind having dinner with me, do you?
I'll force myself. Forgive me, Alice. This was thrust upon me.
Hey, Alice, where do you see this television show?
Why are you so anxious for me to see it?
Well, you'll find out. You're in for quite a surprise. You're going to see something that'll just... Oh. Good. It's coming on now. Wait till I get the picture a little clearer. There, now sit back. You're going to enjoy this,
Good evening,
Alice.
ladies and gentlemen of the television audience.
Yeah.
Welcome to the opening of Chilius's Restaurant, located on Hollywood's famous strip. We have quite a few celebrities dining here tonight. I see Edgar Bergen, Ray Milland, Ida Lupino, Sonny Tufts, and Phil Harris.
Phil Harris? What's Phil doing in that restaurant?
Oh, Jackson must have taken him to dinner.
And now, without further ado, we take our camera and microphone to our nearest table. And I see it's the well-known orchestra leader and radio star, Phil Harris, and the charming dinner companion.
Hey, look, Alice, it's Curly and that's Jack Benny?
I must say, Jack looks stunning in a strapless evening gown.
Well, this is a very dull show. I better turn it off.
You so much as touch that dial and I'll break your guitar arm. I want to hear Phil explain this.
Well, here we are at Mr. Harris's table. Mr. Harris, do you mind if we interview you?
Oh, no, not at all.
Oh, this is thrilling. The television camera is right on us.
Yes, sir. Right this minute, we're being seen in thousands of Oh, I forgot it's being televised. Alice, I can explain everything, honey. This girl is my doctor.
Oh, come now, Curly.
Alice, I didn't know she was going to show up. I was expecting somebody else.
My mother told me I should never trust a drummer. Phil Harris, you're nothing but a philanderer, a rake, an old roue.
I am not. Whatever my wife is calling me.
Your wife? You mean this girl isn't? And your wife is watching? Shall I draw the curtains, Mr. Harris?
Yes. I mean, no. Alice, this isn't my fault. Frankie arranged this, didn't you, Frankie?
Only up to a point. You're ad-libbing this part.
Oh, Alice, please don't go away. I'll be right home to explain everything, honey. Oh, I feel sick. Oh.
Lucky he's got his doctor with him.
Just wait till he gets home.
And Alice, that's the whole story. Now, please believe me. Instead of Dr. Crail showing up, he sent his assistant.
I don't believe you.
Oh, Frankie, make her understand. You believe me, don't you, pal?
No.
Alice, honey, you've got to believe me. You know I wouldn't even look at another woman.
I've seen you look.
Oh, Alice, honey, look, if you don't believe me, call Dr. Crail and ask him. He'll tell you that he sent her over.
Well, if you're willing to let me do that, I guess I was a little hasty.
Oh, then you do believe me?
Yes, Phil, I'm convinced.
I'm not.
But Frankie, honey, I tell you, darling... Oh, shut up!
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Now, let's listen while a mother asks a question of her neighborhood druggist.
Just the other day, I completely cleaned out our family medicine cabinet, and I'd like to get your advice on refilling it.
Well, ma'am, speaking as a family druggist, I'd be sure I filled it with reliable drug products.
But that's just it. How can I know when I'm buying reliable drug products?
Just be sure the name Rexall is on the label.
Well, you say that like a man who knows what he's talking about.
Well, ma'am, we Rexall druggists do know. We've actually seen the way 2,000 or more drug products made by Rexall are tested over and over again before they're considered good enough to wear the Rexall label. And we've seen the day-in and day-out research in Rexall's big laboratories that stand behind that label. That's why we know you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Mister, you've got a customer. Can I get these products anywhere?
Oh, no, ma'am. Only at Rexall stores, the stores with the orange and blue Rexall sign in the window.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Oh, Phil, I have some news for you. We don't have to stay on that diet anymore.
Well, hallelujah. And ziggity zing. Hey, you mean you lost enough weight?
Oh, Phil, I never gained any.
Never gained? But you said your clothes were pretty tight on you.
I know. I know, but the dry cleaner just called and said he's been trying a new cleaning fluid, and it shrank all of my clothes.
Oh, no.
Automatic saving is sure saving. Buy U.S. savings bonds regularly where you work, or if you're not on the payroll, where you bank. This program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Viola Vaughn and Frederick Tozaire. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliot Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley. Alice Faye appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. This is Bill Foreman wishing good health to all from Rexall. Sunday is Fun Day on NBC. Stay tuned to this station for the Edgar Burke and Charlie McCarthy Show, which follows immediately.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The makers of Campbell Soup present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. It's been my custom on opening these Sunday Campbell Playhouse shows of ours to talk about, in the order named, A, our offering for the evening, and B, our guest star. My task tonight is relatively easy. Our offering is our guest star, Mr. Jack Benny. Mr. Benny, not exactly unknown to the airwaves as a comedian and violin virtuoso, has consented tonight to make his radio debut as an actor, pure and simple. It is his art, I hasten to add, which is pure. It is the character he plays who is simple. Tonight, for the first time since I've been his producer, we've opened the doors of the Campbell Playhouse, opened them to admit as our guests a few hundred of Mr. Benny's fans, whom Mr. Benny at least numbers in millions. We bid them a sincere and hearty welcome. And if Mr. Benny behaves himself tonight, the silence of the Campbell Playhouse will remain, as always, undisturbed. Granted, of course, that tonight's specialty is no particular invitation to sobriety on the part of the giddiest guest in our career. June Moon by Ring Lardner and George S. Kaufman is advertised as his vehicle. Until just now, at least, it's always been one of my favorite plays. Now, for just a minute or so, while Mr. Benny gets in the mood, Ernest Chappell, who is in the mood, has something to tell us about a discovery he's made. Mr. Chappell?
Thank you, Orson Welles. Perhaps it's hardly to be called a discovery. The other night I was browsing through the diaries of the great and greatly human Englishman, Samuel Pepys, when I came upon this entry in the year 1665.
All morning at my books, which I have had new bound. Then with Sir W. Penn in his carriage to the Lord Chancellor's. We were there regally entertained, dining upon a vast dish of chickens of most excellent sweet meat.
And so we have evidence, if indeed evidence were needed, that the taste for chicken was as keen in the year 1665 as it is with most of us in 1940. Now, I'm sure it must be our continued liking for chicken that has made this country take so wholeheartedly to Campbell's chicken soup. One after another, families have tried this chicken soup and found it rich in chicken flavor clear through, from its golden surface to the very bottom of the plate. They've seen how its broth fairly glistens with chicken richness. They've enjoyed the fluffy rice and tender chicken meat in every plateful. They've told others how much they enjoyed Campbell's chicken soup, and so its popularity has grown and continues to grow. Have you tried this deep-flavored, home-like chicken soup of Campbell's? Won't you enjoy it tomorrow? I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, Orson Welles opens our Campbell Playhouse presentation of June Moon, starring Jack Benny.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's story is all about the big city. To quote O. Henry, the fair but pitiless city of Manhattan. In this big city, large and sudden things happen. You round a corner and thrust the rib of your umbrella into the eye of your old friend from Kenosha, Wisconsin. You stroll out to pluck a sweet William in the park, and lo, bandits attack you. You stand in the bread line, marry an heiress, and take out your laundry, all seemingly in the wink of an eye. You travel the streets, and a finger beckons to you. A handkerchief.
Oh, Orson. Orson.
You travel the streets, and a finger beckons to you, and a handkerchief is dropped for you.
Oh, Orson.
A handkerchief is dropped for you. A brick is dropped upon you. The elevator cable or your bank breaks a table-d'hote, or your wife disagrees with you, and fate tosses you about like cork crumbs in wine opened by an unfeed waiter. The city...
Orson.
What is it, Jack?
I've only been here 1 minute, and he's discussed it already. Never mind.
The city is a sprightly youngster, and you are red paint on its toy, and you get licked off. Of such red paint is our story's hero. Now aboard a fast train, speeding through the night towards this greatest of cities, this Baghdad. Down the aisle of a parlor car, a candy butcher is just wending his way.
All right. Oh, now, wait a minute, Orson. Just 1 minute.
What is it, Jack?
If you think I came all the way over here to play the part of a candy butcher, you're nuts.
You're not playing the candy butcher, Jack. I play the candy butcher.
Oh, pardon me. What am I playing?
Jack, you're playing the leading man.
Oh.
You're the love interest.
Oh, the love interest?
Yes.
Ah, I see. I'm the leading man, huh? Well, what am I beefing about? Let's get going.
Candy, cigarettes, or magazine, miss?
No, thank you.
Candy?
No, thank you.
Candy, mister?
You got any Tootsie Wootsie rolls?
I sure have.
How much are they?
15 cents apiece. How many?
15 cents for Tootsie Wootsie rolls? None.
Excuse me, mister. Didn't you ask me did I have a Tootsie Wootsie roll?
Yes.
And then you asked me how much?
I was just making conversation, that's all. Hey, now, wait a minute, Orson. Look, let's stop this right here. Look, Orson. No, wait. Look, Orson. I'm afraid this part doesn't fit me. It's not my character. I'm not a tightwad.
Well, Jack, you're an actor. Just throw yourself into it.
Oh, all right. Fine party gave me the play. I'll try.
Candy, cigarettes, magazines, newspapers, miss?
No, thank you.
Candy?
No, thank you.
Cigarettes, candy.
Oh, miss. Hey, miss, would you care to look at part of my newspaper?
Oh, thank you, but I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thought you might want to read.
No, thank you.
Well, we're due in New York at 10:03.
Yes, I know.
You got out in Hudson, didn't you?
Yes.
I seen you. Now, there's another thing, Orson. Look. Now, wait a minute. Orson, look. Now, Orson, no, 1 second. Wait a minute. Orson, look, I don't talk like that. I mean, I seen you. What is that I seen you? That's for Phil Harris. Not for me.
Now, look here, Jack.
Yes.
I can't tolerate any more interruptions. This is a legitimate program. You're playing a character. The character speaks ungrammatically. Miss Gordon, will you please continue?
Gee, what a tyrant.
Jack, let's start where we left off. It's your line, Jack. We're due in New York at 10:03.
All right.
Sound of it.
We're due in New York at 10:03.
Yes, I know.
You got on at Hudson, didn't you?
Yes.
I seen you. Seen you. You know, I've been on ever since Schenectady.
Really?
Yeah, that's where I work. I mean, where I did work, at the GE.
GE?
Yeah, General Electric. They call it the GE. That's where the plant is in Schenectady.
I've got a girlfriend from Schenectady.
Is that so?
She's in New York now, or at least she was the last time I heard of her. Grace Crowell.
Oh, I used to know a Mildred Crowell, but her name wasn't Grace.
This was Grace.
Yeah, this was Mildred. I guess there's a difference, all right. You know, Mildred's brother was quite a billiard player. 3 cushions. Eddie, his name was.
That's my name, too. Well, of course, it isn't my real name. It's just my nickname. My real name is Edna.
Oh. His is Edward.
I often wonder what became of Grace. It's funny how we lose track of people. It's terrible, too, because if a person's got good friends, they ought to keep them.
I certainly got good ones. They showed that last night at the banquet.
Were you at a banquet?
I was the guest of honor.
How exciting.
You know, it was a farewell testimonial on account of me going to New York. And then this afternoon, 10 or 11 of the boys came down to the station, and Ernie Butler, that's a friend of mine, he had a hangover and bought me the seat in the parlor car. And he said it'd be a disgrace for me to ride in a day coach with this new valise.
It's a lovely valise.
Yeah, they gave it to me at the banquet. It's got my initials, FDC, Frederick D. Stevens.
What's the D for?
Deductible. I was born March 15. 5:10 a.m.
I like a man to have a middle name. Girls don't usually have them. I'm just plain Edna.
I wouldn't say plain.
Oh, you know how to make pretty speeches.
I bet you're used to them. You know, talking about speeches, you ought to heard the speech Carl Williams made when he gave me this valise. At the banquet, I mean. I guess I blushed all right.
I bet they were sorry to see you go. You look like the kind of a man men would like. And girls, too.
I don't go around much with girls.
I don't go much with men either.
Neither do I. Yep, Carl sure made quite a speech, all right. He said the boys expected me to be the best songwriter in the country.
Is that what you are, a songwriter?
Not the music part, just the words. Lyrics, they're called. The words are called lyrics, I mean. Not the music, you know.
It must be wonderful to have a gift like that.
You know, that's what Benny Davis called it. A gift. I guess you heard of him. He's turned out 100 smash hits.
I guess I must have.
He wrote, Oh, How I Miss You Tonight. It was a song about how he missed his mother. He called her his old pal.
That's sweet.
Well, we happened to be playing in Schenectady and Vaudeville. He did, I mean, and I happened to meet him, and I happened to show him some of my lyrics. And he said a man like me with a songwriting gift like me was a sucker not to go to New York. And he gives me a letter of introduction to Paul Sears, the composer. He wrote Paprika. You remember Paprika? Paprika, paprika, the spice of my life. Paprika, paprika, the spice of my life. You remember?
I think so.
Now, believe me, when you write a song like Paprika, paprika, you don't ever have to worry again. You know, he's one of the most successful composers he is, Paul Sears. I bet he and me will turn out some hits together.
Are you going to be partners with him?
If he wants me to, and I guess he will when I show him Benny Davis's letter. That's the hard part, getting acquainted. I'd have broke away a long while ago, only from a sister. But she got married a week ago Saturday. She'd always done everything for me. I mean, cooked my meals and sewed things for me.
Oh, I love to sew. It's too bad you're not my brother. Mr. Stevens, I don't want you to misjudge me.
You don't need to be scared of me, girlie. I treat all women like they were my sister. Till I find out different.
I bet you're a wonderful songwriter. No wonder your friends gave you that big dinner.
Yes, sir. It sure was some banquet, all right. I bet some of my pals got a headache today, all right. I feel terrible.
I hardly ever touch it myself, only once in a great while at a party.
Yeah, girls ought to lay off it entirely.
I never touch it.
You take some of those women in Schenectady, and they want to go out every night and guzzle. Married women, too. Either they get all dressed up and drag their husband to a dance or a card party every night, or either they lay around the house in a wrapper.
When I marry, I'll be just as careful of my appearance as I am now. I believe a husband appreciates a wife dressing up for him.
If it ain't too expensive.
The man I marry won't have any complaints. I make practically all my own clothes, and I hardly ever go out evenings.
No.
Personally, I prefer to stay home and read, or else just sit and dream. But still, I always bathe and change my clothes, even when I'm only going to cook dinner, no matter how hard I've been working.
You know, I think I'll take a room with a bathroom when I get to the hotel. I only been to New York once before. That was with Carl Williams. He's the fellow that made that speech last night. That was the first time he's been away from home in the evening since he was married. He's got a wife and baby now.
Oh, I'm dying to have a baby.
Huh?
Oh, heavens, I didn't mean to say that.
It's nothing against a woman to like babies. Carl's wife sure likes hers. She's made him a nice home, too. He didn't have to buy hardly anything in the way of furniture. Her grandmother gave her a bedroom suit, and she bought the rest herself.
She must be a good deal like myself.
She bought it with money, she said, while she was working at Burger.
The things I've got.
Carl fixed it so she could quit for years after they were married.
I always thought a girl should be her husband something besides herself.
He thinks the world of her.
I even wouldn't mind
she got her job back last year.
Till my husband established himself.
Definitely. The girl I marry won't never have to work. I don't believe the Almighty ever meant for a woman to endure a life of druggery.
Oh, Mr. Stevens, if only all men felt the same way. My, hasn't it got dark?
Naturally. It's 9:26.
It's been a shorter trip than usual for some reason. Gee, there's a moon out. I love the moon.
Yeah. June moon.
What?
I just said June moon.
It isn't June, it's October.
I know, but June and moon go together. They rhyme. I'm always thinking of words that rhyme even when I ain't working.
That'd be a catchy name, June Moon, for a song, I mean.
Sure, and you could get other words to rhyme with it, like spoon and croon and soon.
And Mary Soon or something.
And macaroon. I wish I had some. I'm hungry. You know, I thought when I got to New York I'd go and get something to eat someplace. Only I wouldn't know where to go.
Oh, I can tell you a place where I go once in a while. Though most of the time I stay home and cook my own dinner just because I love to cook.
It'd be too late to cook tonight.
Yes, I guess it would.
Say, this place you're talking about, it ain't very expensive, is it?
Oh, no. The last time I went, there was 2 of us, and we had hot roast beef sandwiches and peas and coffee, and it only came to $1.20.
Well, that sounds all right. I guess we can each afford 60 cents.
That's for me. Hello, this is Paul Sears. Who? Fred Stevens. Oh, hello, Mr. Stevens. Welcome to our city. Where are you now? Well, you better hop in a taxi. It's quite a ways yet. That's it, Mr. Stevens. That's Mr. Stevens. That's the lyric writer I was telling you about, Lucille. He's from Schenectady.
Thank heavens you can't get that in a lyric.
I've been thinking maybe he and I could do something together if I could get rid of Houseman. If Houseman gave me a new idea, I'd drop dead. But this fella's got a fresh slant.
Houseman would drop even deader if you gave him a new tune.
I gave him Paprika, didn't I?
That's so long ago, I don't see how you remember it.
Well, Hart made enough money out of it.
Everybody makes money but you.
This Stevens is a nice kid. Hope Hart likes him. Say, your sister's got a date with Hart. Why don't you keep it? It's half past 8.
Don't you worry about Eileen.
What about Hart and her anyway? If she's engaged to him, aren't they ever going to get married?
You'll know as soon as there's anything
if you ask me, she's tired of him already. Yeah, he'll wiggle off the hook some way. If you ask me, he's getting so tired of it, it's not as...
Listen, what makes you think so?
Oh, just because of the luck I'm running. If I ever marry again, it'll be a woman without a sister.
If the sister didn't have a sister, that's who I'd like to be. Either of them.
What time is it, Lucille?
Oh, it's nearly 9 o'clock. Do you want me to fix your evening dress, Eileen? Say, it's not going to last much longer.
I know it.
Why don't you shop around Monday and see if you can find something? I'd go with you if I had anything to shop with.
You wait till this new number gets over.
By that time, I'll only want a shawl.
Oh, it's Hart going to phone her, isn't he? It gets me crazy, this waiting. Oh, shut up, Paul.
Oh, all right.
I wouldn't mind waiting if there was something to wait for. I nearly go out of my mind just sitting. You hear women brag about the nice, cozy evenings they spend at home with their husband. They're not married to a piano tuner with 10 thumbs.
Hart said he'd call me the minute he got in. Maybe the train was late. He was in Philadelphia, you know.
I know, but they got phones there now, too. Wish there was something I could do tonight.
Why don't you go to a picture?
They charge admission.
You're a fool to keep it up. You ought to break away while you still got a chance.
That's easy to say. I haven't got any grounds.
You wouldn't need grounds. Just get him up in court and let the judge look at him.
And if I did leave him, do you know what'd happen? He'd write 10 smash hits in a week. That's my luck.
Who's that?
Oh, Maxie, I guess. Or maybe that lyric writer.
Who?
You know, that's coming to see Paul from Albany or someplace.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Maxie.
Hello, Lucille. Hello, Maxie.
Hi, kid. Well, everybody's staying at home on a Saturday night.
All nights are alike up here.
Look, I want the girls to hear that Montana number, Maxie. You know, the way it really sounds when it's played.
Okay.
Hey, he's going to play Montana number.
That's all right. I'll close the door.
Go ahead, Maxie. She don't know anything.
You know, I might have been a songwriter myself, but I got stuck on my own stuff. I wrote tunes nobody ever heard of before. They wouldn't stand for it. You know, that was a great idea of Houseman's writing a lyric about Montana. He's using up his ideas too fast. Montana Moon. He puts a state and the moon all in one song.
Are you going to play it?
Yeah.
Montana moonlight, as bright as moonlight. Oh, may its moonlight my way to you. I know you're lonely, my one and only, for I am lonely. It's lonely.
coming through.
Yeah, solid, Maxie. Boy, ain't it great the way Maxie plays it?
I don't think Berlin will kill himself.
You know, Paul, I wouldn't count on this number too much if I was you. They were talking about it when I left the office. Hart and Goebel.
Who was talking?
Oh, hello, Eileen. I said Hart and Goebel were talking about Paul's new number.
You mean they were talking about it today?
Yeah.
What time?
I don't know, 5 o'clock.
Goebel and Hart both?
Yeah, why?
Oh.
What's the matter with Eileen?
Oh, that don't matter. What did they say about the song?
Right now, they don't want it.
If I don't deliver pretty soon, Maxie, they'll let me out. I guess this is Stevens. Who? Stevens, that lyric writer.
Hey, maybe he's just what you need.
Hello, Stevens. Glad to see you.
Hello, Mr. Sears.
Put your hat and coat in the chair. This is Maxie. Mr. Schwartz, shake hands with Mr. Stevens.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Schwartz.
Hello, Stevens.
And this is my wife. Dear, this is Mr. Stevens.
Are you, Mr. Stevens?
I'm all right.
Paul tells me you're a songwriter yourself.
Just the words.
Well, that's all Paul needs. That and the music.
Well, I just write the words. You know, I've always admired Mr. Sears ever since he wrote Paprika.
You've got a good memory.
Well, sir, I'm anxious to get started all right. Since I got to town, all I've done so far is spend money.
Spend money? Say, you are a stranger.
Sit down.
Thanks. Guess I'm a little late. I got off the subway station. There was an old woman there selling papers. So I stopped and talked to her because, well, I knew she must be somebody's mother.
A fresh slant.
I was right, too, because she told me she has 6 sons. I feel sorry for old women that has to earn their own living.
What do the boys do? Rent her the stand?
No, most of them are in a hospital, and 2 of them had their foot cut off. She told me all about it, so I gave her a nickel.
You want to be careful in a place like New York.
Oh, boy, it's a great city, all right. You know, today I took a ferry boat over to Statten's Island and back. It's an island. You have to take a ferry boat. But I suppose you've been there.
I go there a lot, just for the trip.
Oh. I seen the Goddess of Liberty, too. I mean, the statue. It costs $1 million, weighs 225 tons.
Sure to cut out sweets.
Hey, Mrs. Sears, have you been through the Holland Tunnel?
No, I haven't.
Have you been through the Holland Tunnel, Mr. Sears?
No.
Have you been through the Holland Tunnel, Mr. Schwartz?
I've been waiting for somebody to go with.
I'll go with you.
Fine.
See, I want to go every place, so to get ideas for songs. I was telling Mr. Sears about one idea. I haven't got it written yet. It's a song about the traffic lights. Green for come ahead and red for stop. Maybe a comical song with a girl giving signals to her sweetheart with different colored lights in the window. A green light when it's all right for him to call.
And a red one when her husband's home.
No, this girl isn't married. I was thinking of another idea on the way up here. Maybe a song about how New York is all just one big symphony. You know, the noise of the subways and the taxis and the streetcars and the trucks and the newsboys. Nothing but noise. That's what New York is, the lyric would say.
That's all we need. A song with noise in the words, too.
Gee, and then there's the Hall of Fame up to Washington Heights. Gee, they got everybody up there. Washington, Lincoln, Longfellow. They got 24 of them. What do you call them, busts?
That's the place for you, Paul, dear.
No. Man's got to be dead for 25 years.
Well, that fits in.
Well, I gotta be going along.
Wait, I want Stevens to show you one of those lyrics.
I gotta be downtown at 10.
Oh, come on, this won't take a minute. Come on, go ahead, Stevens.
Oh, I got lots of ideas, lots of them. But I told this one to a certain party, and this party seemed to think it was pretty good.
Let's hear it.
It's just the title.
What's the title?
June Moon. That's the title. June Moon. See, the verse will be about a fella that meets a girl in June, when there's a moon shining. And then something happened so that she went away. Or maybe he went away. Or maybe they both go away, I don't know. And then whenever he looks up at the moon after that, he thinks of her. Then in the second verse, she'll be doing the same thing for him.
That's fair enough.
I don't know, another moon song.
June, I got it.
June moon, how I wish you so-and-so. How I miss my so-and-so. Spoon. For heaven's sake, this would have taken Cole Porter months. I'm a genius.
Hello? No, this is Lucille. Just a minute. Eileen.
No, the idea came to me on the train. See, I just happened to be looking out of the window.
Hello.
And...
Oh, yes, Mr. Hart. Not at all, Mr. Hart. What train, Mr. Hart? Oh, nothing, Mr. Hart.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yes,
I'm
I can
doing
imagine it must have been terribly tiresome.
Wait a minute, Maxie.
See you again.
Don't
What?
say anything now,
Oh, really? I thought
about...
you were leaving tomorrow. What time tonight? My, it must be important. Well, I won't have a chance to say goodbye before you go. Oh, don't trouble yourself. It's quite all right. Have a pleasant trip, Mr. Hart.
Mr. Stevens, this is my sister, Miss Fletcher. Hello.
Glad to meet you, Miss Fletcher.
Thanks. Mr. Stevens, the lyric writer. He's from Schenectady. He's been all over New York getting ideas for songs. Do you like it?
Yeah, I like it fine, but it costs money to live here. Gosh, I had breakfast in a hotel this morning. It was 40 cents for salt, mackerel, mashed potatoes, and a cup of instant Postum. Imagine.
A few more breakfasts like that and you won't have any money left.
I still got plenty.
Oh, really? Say, I bet you haven't been to any of the real places, have you? It takes a New Yorker to find those.
Well, I seen the Goddess of Liberty.
I mean the night places.
I seen it at night.
Oh, no. Restaurants.
Huh?
Mr. Stevens would love those, wouldn't he, Eileen?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Why don't we make up a party, the four of us, and show Mr. Stevens the town?
You mean tonight?
What do you say, Eileen? How about it?
Why, sure. I don't know why not. Sure.
Well, wait. It'll be great to go, all right. Only the trouble is I got another engagement.
Ah, you could put that off.
Of course you could.
Paul had another engagement, too. He broke it on your account. Didn't you, dear?
What?
We thought it'd be fun for the four of us to go out someplace, but Mr. Stevens doesn't want to.
Well, it ain't that I don't want to.
You know, you really ought to. Paul was just saying that what you needed was to go places where they do the latest numbers and hear what kind of songs they're getting over. Isn't that what you were saying, Paul?
Sure.
Sure. Are we all set?
Well, gee, I like to go, all right, but I don't know on account of this other engagement.
Oh, but you could do something about that. You could go if you really wanted to. Don't you want to?
Well, maybe. Maybe I can get out of the party I was going with. But this engagement, I was going to take in a radio show.
Say, listen, I'll tip you off about that, Mr. Stevens. One thing about a radio show, you don't have to go to see it. You can always hear it on the air or turn it off.
Well, you know, in Schenectady, I listen to the radio all the time. And there's one guy I never miss. Gee, he's a scream. Fellow by the name of Jack Benny. You know, Benny. Jack Benny.
Oh, yeah.
Jack Benny. Sure, I hear about him all the time on the Fred Allen program.
Fred Allen? Oh, I listen to him, too. Gee, that Fred Allen is sure funny, all right. He hands me a lot of laughs. But gosh, I don't know. He ain't got near the class that guy Benny has. What a comic.
Mr. Stevens, you can go to a radio show anytime. Wouldn't you rather hit the high spots with us tonight?
Well, I ain't dressed to go out. I mean, to some swell place.
We'll go where we don't have to dress.
How about the Orchard? Wouldn't Maxie be surprised to see the four of us stroll in?
Lucille and I'll go right in and get our things on.
But wait a minute. It's just that I didn't happen to bring enough money with me.
Oh, that's all right, Paul. Mr. Stevens can be the treasurer tonight, and you can fix it up with him later. Come on, let's hurry.
Say, Paul, she's a good looker, ain't she?
Who, Eileen?
Yeah. Does she live here with you all the time?
Well, I'd say she does.
Say, can I use your phone a minute?
Sure, do you want the book?
No, I know the number. Look, they were talking about the Orchard. That ain't one of them expensive places, is it?
Nah, just about average.
Average is too expensive. Hello? Does Miss Edna Baker live there? Yeah. No kidding, Paul. What do you think it'd cost for the four of us? More than $6?
You got more than that with you, haven't you?
Well, no, don't call her to the phone. Just give her this message. Tell her Mr. Frederick D. Stevens, the songwriter, called and won't be able to make it tonight. He's all tied up. More than $6 for four people. Where are they going to take me? $6. I wish I was dead.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of June Moon, produced by Orson Welles and starring Jack Benny. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of June Moon. You know, I think everybody will agree that this is the day of the expert, of the specialist in every field. Now, Campbell's have spent 41 years in the highly specialized field of soup making. Throughout all these years, every day has been soup making day at Campbell's. Every day a day devoted to marketing for the finest ingredients, to improving recipes and to acquiring skill in soup cookery. And I think after all these years, it may be truly said that Campbell's know how to make soup. Certainly this is conceded by good home cooks everywhere. The moment they first taste Campbell's soups and discover their fine flavor and wholesomeness, they often say something like this: yes, these soups are really homelike. And so it is that more and more women are turning over the making of all their soups to Campbell's. Have you done so yet? If not, I invite you to try your family's favorite soups, one after another, as they're made in Campbell's kitchens. And if you will, I sincerely believe that you, too, will appoint Campbell's soup makers to your family from now on. And now Orson Welles resumes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of June Moon, starring Jack Benny.
Ladies and gentlemen, the city. In the big city, there are those who go their ways making money without turning to the right or...
Hey, Orson. Orson.
What is it, Jack?
How am I doing, Orson? I mean, in this part I'm playing, is my characterization vivid and sincere enough?
Jack, what's the difference?
What's the difference? He's lucky I'm not temperamental. I'd stomp right out of this studio. Hello, Maxie. Ain't Mr. Hart come in yet?
Not yet, Jack.
Oh.
Jack, I have to set the scene.
Oh, pardon me.
The scene, ladies and gentlemen. In the big city, there are those who go their ways without turning to the right or left.
That guy burns me up.
But there is a tribe wonderfully composed, like the Martians, solely of eyes and the means of locomotion.
Thinks he has such a beautiful speaking voice.
Of such as these are the slaves of a great music publisher. Lifeless but undead, they woo the muse in the offices of Goebbels and Hart just off Broadway. Here in a dozen little cubicles at a dozen hopeful but patient pianos are manufactured those hymns of love, those ragtime rigadoons.
Rigadoons?
That great melody to which a nation dances year after year. Usually the same melody.
Hello, Maxie. Ain't Mr. Hart come in yet?
Not yet.
Gosh, we used to meet him at 4. Here it is at 4:22.
Well, this is his first day back in town. I guess he's got a lot to do.
Paul's coming right away. We want to play the song once before Mr. Hart hears it. Gosh, I wish I'd have known Mr. Hart was going to be late. I could have slept some more. I had to get up at 12.
It must be tough after working for the General Electric, where a man's hours is practically his own.
No, I had to be on the job at 8 there every morning. Say, Maxie, how much money do you think a fellow ought to be making before he could get married? In New York, I mean.
It depends on the girl.
You know, Maxie, I'm getting a new suit. Miss Fletcher took me.
Is that so?
It's blue serge with hair-bone stripes. He took my measures all over, like I was a fighter. I'm 38 inches around my chest and 33 around my stomach, and I forget my thigh. Anyway, he's got it all wrote down.
I must get a copy.
You know, Maxie, if they like June Moon, I'm going to get an evening dinner coat with a tuxedo. I've been wearing an old suit of Paul's, but it's too big. Miss Fletcher said it would hold 2 like me.
There couldn't be 2.
She was just joking.
Oh, I see.
Gee, wonder what my friends in Schenectady would say if they could see me now.
I hate to think.
I didn't know nothing when I lived there. Even the first few weeks I was in New York, I was kind of a sap. Awful knave. I went sightseeing to places like the Aquarium, Grant's Tomb, and the Central Park Animal Zoo. Can you imagine? Gee, a little friend of mine, she took me around, and I thought I was seeing New York. She didn't know no better either.
What's become of her? Did she go home?
No, she lives here. She works for a dentist. I must call her up sometime and see how she's getting along. Only I guess maybe I'll wait now till I need a filling or something. She could probably get me a price.
Hello, Fred. Hart here yet?
Oh, hello, Paul. No, he ain't showed up yet. We just got time to run through the song before he gets here. Are you ready, Maxie?
Oh, sure.
Drop it a tone, will you, Maxie?
Okay.
It's too high for me. I can't.
How's that?
That's better. Put a lot of schmaltz in this, will you? June moon shining above, will my true love come soon? Maxie, put feeling into it. June moon, I am so blue. I know that you long for her to... 40, Maxie, 40. Now, pianissimo again. Sweet night bird, winging aloft, singing a song, love tune. Now, port, Maxie, port. Tell her to come to me here, to me and her dear June. Moo, hoo, hoo, hoo.
Solid, Fred, solid.
Oh, that was wonderful.
Huh?
You got an audience.
Edna.
Hello.
Well, I wasn't expecting to see you. This is Miss Baker, everybody. This little girl I was telling you about. The one that works for the dentist.
How do you do, Miss Baker?
Hello. I hated to come down to your office, Fred. I'm afraid you're busy.
We was just polishing up my new number, June Moon. Did you like the melody?
Oh, I loved it. And I love Fred's words. I think everybody will. Oh, but I don't want to interrupt. Maybe I'd better
No. No. We'll go. You stay right here.
But look, if Mr. Hart comes
Paul
in...
and I will be in my room. Goodbye, Miss Baker.
Goodbye, everybody. Hello, Fred.
Hello.
There's nobody here, Fred.
Huh?
Nobody's looking.
Well, of course nobody's looking. If nobody's here, that means nobody's looking. Naturally. My goodness.
Fred, what's been the matter?
Nothing's the matter, Edna. I've just been busy, that's all. I was going to call you as soon as I wasn't busy.
I thought maybe you were sick or something.
Yeah.
I tried to call you up 2 mornings. I'm in at your hotel, and they said you couldn't be waked up before 1 o'clock, I think it was.
That's only because I've been up late the night before working. We got the song all finished, ain't we?
Oh, it's beautiful. I had no idea it would turn out so beautiful. It's beautiful.
You said it. And when it's published, I'll make them put your name on the cover. Dictated to Miss Edna Baker. How's that?
Oh, Fred, I'd love that. But I'd love something else better.
What's that?
Fred, it's been 2 Sundays since we went anywhere together. Remember the day we took our lunch and went over to the Palisades all day? And then we were going again the next Sunday, only we didn't. I remembered that Sunday.
It's silly to remember a Sunday you didn't go someplace. Well, every Sunday you don't go someplace. I mean, someplace you don't go to. I don't know what I mean.
But what have you been doing, Fred?
Well, you have to go around places and keep in contract with the other boys.
You mean nightclubs?
Some of them.
Just you and Mr. Sears?
Well, Paul's wife, Mrs. Sears.
Doesn't anybody else go along to sort of even up the party?
Well, nobody you know. I hardly know her myself. She just comes along because she's Lucille's sister and lives there.
Oh.
Can't leave her alone by herself. She's timid.
Didn't you ever tell her about me?
Well, you see, it's only business. There hasn't nothing like that come up. She isn't nosy.
A girl like she's probably got lots of beautiful clothes. She probably makes little me look like nothing.
No, that part don't matter. Wouldn't make no difference to me if she had all the clothes in the world. Or if she was bare, either.
Doesn't it cost an awful lot of money when you go around to all these places?
Costs a lot of money.
Fred, are you going to be busy tonight? Fred, after they hear the song?
Sure, I got to work with Paul.
Well, then before that, after Mr. Hart hears it. Oh, Fred, couldn't I stay and hear it too, Fred?
Oh, no, Eddie. When Mr. Hart hearing a new number, he can't have nobody around. He's got to concentrate on what he's doing.
Oh.
I'll tell you what. You wait in the reception room or somewhere, and the minute he hears the song, I'll come and tell you what he says.
Oh, Fred, that's grand. And then can we go somewhere for a little while, have a soda or something?
I guess so. There's a place around the corner you can get nickel sodas. You can hardly tell them from the dime ones.
Oh, Fred, I'm so
Of course, you only get one straw,
you do
just
care
a matter of
bit.
price.
I mean, you do care whether you see me?
Of course I do. Sure, certainly.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, Mr. Hart. Mr. Hart.
What?
We've been waiting for you. We're all ready.
Ready with what?
That new number. We'll go through it if you'll wait a minute.
What number?
June Moon, the number I wrote with Paul Sears. I'll get Maxie. We'll run through it for you. Say, Edna, if you go into one of them other
Oh,
offices...
all right, dear. I can wait happy now.
Yeah, wait in that reception over there. There's a good place.
Oh, thank you, Fred.
No, not that door. Gee, can't you read? Now, Mr. Hart. Where'd he go? Mr. Hart? Mr. Hart?
Why, Freddie.
Hello, Fred.
Oh, hello, girls. What are you doing down here, Eileen?
Lucille and I came down to bring you luck. Yeah,
I'm a born rabbit's foot.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Hart.
Yeah, well, I didn't know we had visitors. Hello, Lucille.
Hello?
This is Miss Fletcher, Mr. Hart. Miss Fletcher is Paul's sister-in-law.
Yeah. I've already met Miss Fletcher.
Yeah,
Mr. Hart's been off on a trip, Eileen.
that's very interesting.
Are you ready for our song now, Mr. Hart? I mean, June Moon?
I guess so. Come on, Stephen.
Oh, wait till you get a load of this song. I mean the words.
Eileen, what are you going to do about Stevens? He's going to be kind of a nuisance with Hart back. I can handle him. He's so far gone you can tell him anything.
I wonder if that song is any good. All of Paul's stuff sounds just alike to me.
Well, maybe Stevens' lyrics are just silly enough to get over. I got kind of a hunch they are.
Even if they buy it, it won't mean anything to us. Paul's so far ahead of his royalties, they'll never catch up. He could write Madam Butterfly, and it wouldn't even get me a new step in.
Why don't you do something, Lucille?
Maybe I am.
You are? What?
Oh, I don't know. Nothing, maybe. Only, remember Ed Knowlton?
Yeah, what about him?
I ran into him Friday on Madison Avenue.
Well?
Still likes me, and I like him.
Has he got any money?
He makes a lot, but he spends it.
If he likes you, that's not a fatal drawback.
He likes me, all right.
Well, don't tell me you aren't going to do anything about it.
Oh, I don't know what to do. Ed's nice. The things he says, they make me feel young again. And it's such a relief to just talk to a man that hates music.
Listen, if you don't do this...
Hey, girls, what do you know? They're crazy about it. They're going to take it. They've took it.
Come in.
Mr. Schwartz, do you know if Mr. Hart heard Mr. Stevens' song yet? I mean, June Moon.
Yes, Miss Baker, he did.
Was it all right? Did he like it?
He took it.
Where is he? Still in there?
Not anymore. They've all gone.
They?
Yes, Mr. Sears and his wife and his sister and Fred. They went out just a couple of minutes ago.
Oh. Oh, thank you very much.
And now for the tune that's still in first place on our hit parade for the 16th consecutive week, June Moon.
Oh, June Moon. If I hear that ridiculous song again, I'll scream.
What's ridiculous about 16 weeks on a hit parade?
Well, it doesn't mean anything to us, does it? We still haven't any money.
That dress is new, ain't it?
Don't you think it's about time?
How much was it?
It won't come due for a while. I may take care of it myself.
I can take care of it if it ain't too soon.
I gotta go on out. Eileen's waiting.
Hold on, that's what I want to talk to you about.
What?
About her and Fred.
Oh.
She's got him so he can hardly work at all. I don't know when we're going to finish the new numbers.
Of course you can finish them.
But marrying him and taking him off on this trip, it's going to cost him $1 million. And just when we're beginning to work together good.
You can write other numbers while he's gone.
Don't you think they ought to go ahead and get married? No, they shouldn't. He's a nice guy. Oh, I've got to kind of like him myself.
Well, what of it? Eileen's a nice girl.
Oh, you know what I mean. Isn't it kind of a dirty trick? I mean, after the way Eileen... Well, the way she and Hart and everything...
Oh, you ought to have more sense.
Oh, just the same, I don't feel right about it. And the way she's throwing his money around, it's like it was confetti. Spending every nickel she can get on herself. Clothes.
You can't go to Europe in a life belt.
Don't you know what she spent yesterday afternoon, just in one day? Close to $400. Fred pretty near cried when he told me. And I don't blame him. He's a nice kid.
She doesn't spend that every day.
Well, she shouldn't have spent it at all. And you should have thought that she didn't spend it.
Well, how could I stop her? I wasn't there.
Oh, yes, you were. You were with her all afternoon. You said you were.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you meant the day before.
It was Sunday the day before.
Yeah, I just got mixed up, that's all.
Anyhow, something ought to be done about it. She's got him in debt enough.
Life is a game. We are but players, playing the best we know how. Yeah, that's good. Playing the best we know how. Come in. Sometimes we shoot a 7. Sometimes 11. But oft times it's boxcars for us.
Well, Fred?
Oft times... What do you want? Can't you see I'm composing?
Did you ask Hart about that advance?
He's advanced me so many advances already in advance. Gee.
But, sweetheart, you promised.
All right. But I gotta find Paul now. He's waiting for me.
Oh, don't go to work yet. You never have any time for me. You don't realize I want to be loved once in a while.
Loved once in a while? I held your hand in the taxi, didn't I? What do you want?
Just think. Only 3 more days till we belong to each other.
It's 4, ain't it?
4 till we sail. Only 3 till we get married. And don't forget, you're to ask Hart for $1,000 advance.
I've borrowed $3,500 on June Moon already. Maybe more than my royalties will amount to altogether.
Don't be ridiculous. That number will still be selling when you're dead.
I won't care so much then.
Oh, Fred, your children will. Don't you want children, Freddie?
I don't get along with them very good.
You would with your own.
No, I figure I'd get along better with other people. Because they'd go home once in a while.
We needn't think of that now. Let's just think of you and me, all alone on that big boat.
We won't be alone. The fellow said it'd be pretty near full.
But we don't have to see anybody. A bride and groom don't generally go around much. They're supposed to be so awfully in love.
I hope the dining room won't be crowded.
They'll serve us in our cabin.
It'd be kind of cramped. Maybe I could go in the dining room and order your meal sent up.
And leave me all alone? I'd be scared to death.
Look, it's just as dangerous in the dining room as the bedroom. If the ship sinks, pretty near all the rooms will be underwater.
Let's not think about such things. Just think of the pleasant side. London, Paris. Oh, I'm glad we're going to Paris first, so I can get some clothes.
Clothes? What have you been buying?
Well, they're all right for the ship, dear, but not the Riviera. Don't you want to be proud of me? Don't you want to be proud of the way I look?
Well, if you're going to stay in your cabin all the time, you won't eat nothing but a Mother Hubbard.
Well, all ready for the big trip?
Hello, Maxie.
The boat sails Saturday.
I don't know what you want to go to Europe for.
Why not?
Well, because he's never been there before. A songwriter never goes anywhere for the first time. They're always going back to places. Back to Indiana, back to Baltimore.
Fred, are you going to talk to Mr. Hart?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Mr. Hart.
Well, this would be a good time. And let me know what he says. I'll be outside.
I'd like to be going back to Schenectady. But Eileen's got her heart set on Europe.
I hear it's quite a place.
Yeah, I guess so. I was kind of excited about it at first, but now, I don't know. Kind of tired, I guess, the way we've been going it lately. I'm kind of behind on my sleep.
But you've been having a lot of fun, all those nightclubs.
I did at first, dancing and everything. But now my feet's so sore, I have to take a bath every day. Might as well take a whole bath as just your feet. They ache so I can't sleep in them. If I don't get some rest soon, I'll have a nervous breakup. And everything costs so much. Eileen wants to take a taxi, and she's going in the other room.
You sure picked out a thrifty little girl.
I kind of get thinking sometime, maybe a man like I that's just breaking in, maybe he shouldn't get married so soon. Especially a woman's got to have so many clothes. Sometimes I think it'd be better if I hadn't got engaged.
I read a case once in Michigan where a man was engaged to a girl and didn't marry her.
I didn't read that. Have you got the clippings?
No, but my memory's pretty good. For instance, I remember a nice little girl that was here to see you one time. I even remember her name, Miss Baker.
Maxie, you haven't seen her or anything, have you?
Me? No. Why?
I guess I shouldn't be thinking of her at a time like this.
Are you?
I don't know, sometimes. Oh, I'm going to my office. I got to do some work. Ever since I broke my dime bank, everything's been so complicated. Life is a game. We are but players. Playing the best we know. Sometimes a full house greets us. Sometimes a broken flush meets us. And oft times... Why don't you... Oh, hello, Eddie.
Hello.
Hey, maybe I'm crazy, but I'm glad to see Eddie.
I'm glad to see you too, Fred. I'm glad you're well and that you're going to be happy.
Eddie, I've been having the insomnias about you. I've been waking up in the morning thinking about you.
Are you waking up in the morning again, Fred?
Gee, we used to have a lot of fun together. Remember that day in Van Cortlandt Park when I lost my watch and that little boy found it?
You gave him a nickel.
I gave him a dime. And he said, keep it and buy your wife a radio set. He thought we was married.
I remember.
He was embarrassed, all right.
Any girl would.
And then coming back, we forgot to change to 72nd Street. That is, you forgot. I didn't know any better.
I just wasn't thinking.
We had to go all the way down to Times Square. You remember, that's when we saw the flea circus.
You said one of the fleas reminded you of a man in Schenectady.
Yeah, Perry Robinson. He always walked like he just picked up a nail. Eddie, have you heard anything about me?
I heard you were going to be married, Fred. I should have congratulated you.
Thanks. Say, Eddie, wait here a minute, will you?
Where are you going, Fred?
You congratulating me made me think of something.
What, Fred?
I got to go see my intended-to-be fiancé. Eileen.
Yes, Freddie?
I got to tell you something.
What is it, Freddie?
I don't want to get married. I mean you and I, and don't call me Freddie. That's all.
Do you know what you're saying?
I shouldn't have never got engaged. I didn't realize.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me. Why didn't you wait till we got to the altar?
Why wait? I know it now.
I see. And you think all you have to do is tell me, and that settles it. Well, it doesn't work quite that way. I'll sue that girl for alienation.
You can't. She was born right here in New York State. So there.
Well, what would you think of a man that made a girl love him when she was already engaged and then threw her over? Do you think that would be honorable?
A man like that is a rat.
I was talking to you.
You didn't tell me.
Well, I'm telling you now, Fred Stevens. I'm the girl you're engaged to, and I'm the girl you're going to marry.
Now, look, Eileen.
Hello, Fred. Am I interrupting?
No. I was just going. See you later, Freddie.
What's the matter? Been fighting?
Ain't anything the matter.
Well, I just thought maybe we might get together on some of those songs this afternoon.
I can't. I got to go to the French passport place.
I thought you went there yesterday.
It would have been cheaper. Told you I went with Eileen while she was shopping.
You must have had a swell time running around with two women all yesterday afternoon.
What two women?
Her and Lucille.
Lucille wasn't along, just I and Eileen.
Yesterday?
Yeah, we were together from 1 till 5:30. Why?
Didn't Lucille ever meet you during the afternoon?
No, why?
Paul, Eileen and I are going out to lunch. Want to come along?
Lucille, I want to talk to you.
What about?
Where were you yesterday afternoon?
I was out.
I said, where were you?
Do I have to report all my movements?
You do, and I catch a line. Where were you?
I had an engagement. It was with an old friend of mine, and I thought you mightn't want me to do it, and so I told you I was with Eileen.
Holy mackerel.
I know, it was silly of me, Paul. I was going to tell you later, wasn't I, Eileen?
Yes, she was going to tell you tonight. She told me so.
Where did you go yesterday afternoon with this fella?
Fella? Gee.
We went to a matinee.
On a Monday?
We went to the Roxy.
Who was there? On the stage show?
I don't see what difference that makes.
You dirty, lying, double-crosser.
Hey, my goodness.
That's not true.
You keep still, Eileen. Listen, Paul, did you think I was going to wait around forever for you to give me the things I wanted?
Holy smokes, Lucille. You mean to say that when you were married to Paul, you went out with a fella? Eileen, you must have known she was doing it.
Known she was doing it? She put her up to it.
That's not true.
No, well, listen to this. I'll tell you something that is true.
Don't you believe him, Fred?
I will if I want to.
Eileen told you she was engaged to be married. Well, she wasn't. She was Hart's girl, and he kicked her out, and that's the only reason she took up with you.
Why, that's the Badger game. Eileen, you're nothing but a badger. That's what you are.
Come on, Lucille, let's get out of here. I'm sick of looking at these Tin Pan Alley hats.
I'm coming, Eileen. Goodbye.
And you're a Badger sister. Hey, Eddie. Excuse me, Maxie.
What is it, Fred?
I don't have to marry her. Paul told me everything.
Congratulations.
Look, Eddie, I still got the tickets for the boat, and it says Frederick D. Stevens and wife. I wonder if the steamship people allow you to change your wife.
Yes, if you don't do it in midstream.
If your wife is the right kind, she won't let you take her on an expensive trip. She'll make you put everything into a home. Oh, I don't mean a big home. Just a little bungalow would do.
A bungalow? Bungalow. A bungalow for two. Gee, that would be a great title for a song.
And I've got a great tune.
Bungalow, I love you. Bungalow for two. Gee, the words are great, aren't they? But the tune's no good. It'll never go. Why can't I get somebody to write tunes for me? A bungalow, I love you.
You have been listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of June Moon, produced by Orson Welles and starring Jack Benny. Mr. Welles and our guest star will be back with us in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to leave just this thought with the mothers listening. When your children come home at noon for lunch, why not give them bowls of Campbell's chicken soup now and then? Children love chicken, and they'll enjoy the flavor of chicken in every gleaming drop of this good chicken soup, along with fluffy rice and tender chicken meat. Now, perhaps your children take their lunch to school. In that case, why not fill a thermos bottle with good hot chicken soup and let them take it along as their needed hot dish? Try it, and see if they don't ask for it often. Because just as sure as they like chicken, they'll like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, our producer and star of the Campbell Playhouse, Mr. Orson Welles.
June Moon, ladies and gentlemen, June Moon, the play which you've just heard, written by Ring Lardner and George S. Kaufman, was one of the greatest comedy successes that Broadway has ever known. And I want to say, ladies and gentlemen...
Orson.
I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that Jack Benny, despite what any of you may think, genuinely did his best tonight, and we're very grateful to him for his efforts.
Well, thanks, Orson.
Quite all right. The part of Fred Stevens, the songwriter, is generally not regarded as a difficult one. But tonight we happen to have with us a man who makes mountains out of molehills.
Well, thanks.
Quite all right.
Orson, thanks. I think that called for a thanks.
Yes, sir. I
didn't know.
Right.
I don't often do legitimate plays like this.
No, you don't.
No.
Oh, you could sort of feel that.
Yeah, it came to me.
Okay. While I was playing it?
While you were reading your own...
I didn't know. Now where am I? Oh, yeah, here I am. I don't often do legitimate plays like this. I'd love to get just one line out.
All right. Sorry, Jack.
You drive a guy nuts. I'm not kidding. Wait a minute. You want to know something?
Yeah.
You look better with the beard. No, Arthur, look, I don't often do legitimate plays like this, and naturally it was quite a strain for me. But do you really think I gave a good performance?
Well, Jack, if you're referring to those people that left in the middle of the broadcast, they probably had to go home early anyway.
Oh, I wasn't worrying about them. It was the people that stayed. They looked like they wanted to go home, but their feet hurt. Orson, I enjoyed playing that part, but it still didn't have the dramatic quality that will get me an Academy Award. You see, Orson, that's what I'm after, the Academy Award. I want that statue.
Well, don't get excited, Jack. There's no rush. Take your time.
Take my time? Orson, I'm not a kid anymore. I've either got to win it in the next few years or go through the hereafter muttering to myself.
I don't know what you're driving at, Jack.
Well, look, Orson, last week I did the Hunchback of Notre Dame. This week I did June Moon. Now, what I want to know is, when can I play Hamlet? Maybe you didn't hear me, Orson. When can I play Hamlet?
I heard you, and I'm thinking.
Oh. Well, maybe I am a little too anxious, and I don't want you to think that I don't appreciate all these dramatic lessons you've been giving me, but, gee, Shakespeare, that's my goal. That's my ambition. Listen, Orson. I am the Count of Monte Cristo, and the world is mine.
That's not Shakespeare. That's from the Count of Monte Cristo, Jack.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, well, then let's do that. What are we waiting for?
All right, Jack. If that's what you want, I'll start giving you lessons on it tomorrow.
Oh, boy. Jack Benny and the Count of Monte Cristo. So long, Orson. I want to run over to the Owl Drugstore and tell the boys about this. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, the character of Frederick Stevens was sustained tonight by Jack Benny. Other characters were also sustained by Benny Rubin and Gus Schilling, for instance, who were Maxie and Paul in the order named. Bea Benaderet was Lucille, Lee Patrick was Eileen, Virginia Gordon was Edna, and the Candy Butcher, a little jewel of its kind. Candy, but you may remember the Candy Butcher way back there in the first scene. Need I say, fans, that the Candy Butcher was your obedient servant. I had conceived of the Candy Butcher as the part most suitable for our guest of the evening. I had another part in mind for myself. Jack Benny didn't think he was right for the Candy Butcher. I don't know why, just didn't think he was right. As a matter of fact, there has been some talk that Jack Benny was going to play Rochester in Jane Eyre. This is a lie. We're doing Jane Eyre, all right, and I'm playing Rochester. And not the Rochester that first comes to mind. I mean Miss Bronte's Rochester, not Mr. Benny's. Miss Bronte's Rochester neither dances nor sings. And if any of you people would be interested in hearing me play a part again, please tune in. That other faction had better be warned that Rochester is present in several sequences in next week's romance. And romance it is, too. Jane Eyre, quite seriously, is next week's story, and it's one of the really fine, really moving romances in all literature. We're genuinely thrilled at the prospect of doing Jane Eyre for you. We're very proud indeed to announce as our guest for the name part an old friend and very gifted actress, Miss Madeleine Carroll. Till next Sunday night in Jane Eyre with Madeleine Carroll, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain as always. Obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we present Jane Eyre with Madeleine Carroll as our guest. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Chevrolet Program, starring Jack Benny with Frank Black and his orchestra. Frank Black opens the program with Charlie's Home. Throughout the United States, a series of big, colorful posters are going up on the billboards, reading, "Every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet." Watch for these new signs, my friends, and bear in mind when you see them, they're signs of better times. They're signs of bigger business for the world's largest builder of motor cars. Also, they're sure signs that the one best buy in the low-price field must be Chevrolet. America certainly wouldn't buy Chevrolets at the astonishing rate of one every minute unless Chevrolet were the one best buy at its price. And that's exactly what it is. The only car in its field with a Fisher body. The only one with Fisher no-draft ventilation, with a cushion-balanced engine mounting, with a time-proved six-cylinder power plant, a starterator, an octane selector, and no other full-size car in the world is so economical on gas and oil and upkeep, or so dependable. In view of all these things, do you wonder why every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet? And now, Jack Benny.
Hello, some more. This is your New York correspondent, Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you with all the late news reports with the courtesy of the Weekly Watch. The news that brings out all the dirt. Okay, Frank, let's go. Thank you. Chicago, Illinois. World Fair gets off to a good start with many notables arriving daily to represent their respective countries. Sam Insull will represent Greece. Jimmy Walker will represent France. And Black's orchestra will represent Russia. Scotland sends Harry Lauder, C.O.D.
Jack, another wire just came.
All right, what is it, Mary? Quick.
World Fair, Chicago. Molly and Vickie just arrived representing Pennsylvania.
Mary, go away, will you, please? Bombay, India. More Gandhi news. Mahatma Gandhi finishes 21-day fast and is now wearing a cigar band. When last seen, he was mistaken for a Panatella. Babylon, Long Island. Man and wife discovered here with 16 children. Stork found dead on stoop. Overworked, you know. Special cable dispatch. Frank Buck and Jimmy Walker will sail for America shortly. Buck will bring them back alive, and Walker will bring them back a wife. Glasgow, Scotland. Harry Lauder also sailing for America. Local citizens give him big blowout by putting tack in his rear tire. Pretty good for Scotland. And now, folks, we have also added a want ad column to our paper as we cannot exist on circulation alone. So take down these addresses if you are interested. Traveling salesman wanted. Must be familiar with traveling, salesmanship, farmers, and farmers' daughters. Address Box 482, this paper. Wanted 30 chorus girls. Apply Minsky Theater, New York. Wanted 3 more chorus girls. Apply to Melton, Black, and Benny. Got you in on this, Frankie. For sale, baby grand piano by lady with electric attachment. What's that? Girls wanted to knit sweaters for Katz, Bloomberg, and Riley. The boys must be told. Woman 55 will trade a Pekingese dog and a canary for slightly used husband. Realizes mistake. Address RFD 4, Pump Handle, Ohio. Female help wanted. Good secretary. If good looking, don't have to be so good.
Jack, can I read one now?
Go ahead, Mary.
Wanted. Good master of ceremony for Chevrolet Program.
Graham. Wanted. Howard Claney to say something about Chevrolet.
Oh, yes. We'll find that Chevrolet saves you on oil, gas...
Play, Frank. Don't wait for this. Play. Don't wait. Play, Frank.
Thank you. That was My Darling from the Vanities, played by Frank Black and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen... we continue with our penthouse murder that was started last Friday. You all remember our terrible murder mystery last week? Well, it's terrible this week, too. Who killed Mr. X? You remember, folks? Mr. X was killed in his penthouse a week ago tonight between 8 o'clock and the bathroom. And the only clue found was a hot dog running away from a stand in Coney Island. You may also remember that during the trial, we were unable to place the guilt where it belonged. Garbo had to go home, Mae West had a date, and the other prisoners were not interested. So it still remains a horrible, unsolved mystery. Who killed Mr. X? I said, who killed Mr. X?
Oh, pardon me.
Watch those cues. Now, what could have been the motive for this crime? Let us analyze it. Mr. X was the landlord of 3 apartment houses, so you see he had no enemies. He lost every cent in the market, his wife was pressing him for back alimony, and he had incurable rheumatism, so there was no reason for suicide. Now, what was it?
How old was he, Jack?
95.
Then he did not die of old age.
Neither will you, Mary.
What did he have to suffer the night of the crime?
Liver.
Then it couldn't have been a heart attack.
No, Mary, it couldn't. A pipe was pulled out of his mouth, and he was examined carefully.
What kind of a pipe?
A gas pipe.
Oh, well, a little gas never hurt anyone.
I know. Well, anyway, folks, we've had 2 detectives working on this case. Detective Melton. Detective Melton, you've been out on this case a week.
Yes, sir.
What have you found?
I found a place where you can get a sandwich and a glass of beer for a nickel.
Mary, take down the address, but that doesn't help solve the mystery. Detective Claney, what did you find?
I find that every minute of the day someone buys a Chevrolet.
Well, now we're getting someplace. After all, that's what we're here for. Did you find anything else, Claney?
Yes, but the Chevrolet has sufficient nose-off ventilation.
That's great. Now all we have to find out is who killed Mr. X.
Jack, why not put it in the hands of Sherlock Holmes, who understands crime?
You're right, Mary. We'll get Sherlock Holmes, the man who sees all, knows all, and plays the fiddle.
Hey, Jack, wait a minute.
Yes, Jimmy?
I hate to interrupt your mystery, but do you mind if I sing my song now?
Oh, no, pardon me, Jimmy. Go right ahead. What are you going to sing?
Frank Playhouse, Serenade.
I know that, Jimmy. I just couldn't pronounce it. Play, Frank, please.
In the silence of the night, when the moon is shining bright, and the world at last is fast asleep, every creature goes to rest in his cozy little nest, just his very own, alone to keep. There's a little nest of mine, of a starry blue divine, such a little home was never known. If a parent at a bound, waiting for the magic hour, glorified with you, and through your love alone. My little nest of heavenly blue, I'm lonesome here when far from you. Each nook or corner, so cozy and sweet, needs only you to be complete. Soft fragrance floats upon the air, the spell of love is everywhere. For my life would be lonely and blue if I could never in the silence of the night, when the moon is shining bright in my little land of heavenly blue, I shall never fret or pine, for someday you will be mine. Dreams will all come true for me.
Sung by James Melton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our mystery and take you to the residence of Sherlock Holmes.
A 7:15. Only one more hour until 7:15.
And just an hour ago, it was 6:15.
What a strange world. Answer that, Mary. I'm not in.
Hello? Hello? You want to speak to Sherlock Holmes? Yes, this is Sherlock's home. But Sherlock isn't home. He's working on a case right now. Yes, he's on his last bottle.
What is it, Mary?
It's about that penthouse murder of Mr. X. They want you to start working on it at once.
Oh, yes. I was expecting that case. Tell him I'll take it.
Hello? Mr. Holmes just came in and said he'll take the case. Tell Mr. X not to worry. Goodbye.
Mary, call in Dr. Boston. We have work ahead of us.
Mr. Sherlock, I hate to ask you this, but can I draw 5 shillings to payday?
That's elementary, Mary.
I get it, Sherlock.
Sherlock to you. Call Dr. Boston.
Dr. Boston, the boss wants you.
Okay, I'm coming. Well, Sherlock, what's new?
Watson, we have much work ahead of us. By the way, you've been eating herring. Is that right?
Sure. But tell me, Sherlock, how did you know it?
That's elementary, Watson. Besides, I can smell it.
Sherlock, you're a genius.
Watson, you're a lip box. You know, Watson, you're really supposed to be an Englishman.
Well, I say, Mr. Holmes, I'll try, you know.
I like the other dialect better.
All right. What do you want?
Watson, we have a strange mystery to solve. Mr. X was killed in his penthouse, and we start working on the case today.
All right, but before we start, why don't you eat something? You're always working. Now, I just made some nice homemade soup.
What kind of soup?
I made some chicken, vegetable, and noodle. Which do you want?
Quick, Watson, the noodle. We leave, Watson. We leave for the Empire State Building in 10 minutes. The Empire State Building. Pack your bag and hand me my violin. I've got a lot of thinking to do. I must think.
They laughed when he picked up his violin, but when he started to play, they screamed.
Quiet, Mary. Quiet. I must think. Come, Watson. A thought just struck me. We must get to the Empire State Building in a jiffy.
Why in a jiffy? My Chevrolet will get us there just as sleep.
And much safer. At times, Watson, you show signs of intelligence. You have just heard what these two famous detectives have said about the Chevrolet. It is quick, safe, and dependable. That's elementary, Claney, and get out of my study. Come, Watson, we must hurry. And by midnight, we will find the murderer of Mr. X.
Sherlock, you're uncanny.
Watson, you're nuts. Come, let us away.
You have just heard Playing with the Devil. And now we take you to the lobby of the Empire State Building where we meet Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Tell me, Sherlock, why did you come here to the Empire State Building? What has this got to do with the murder of Mr. Hex?
Watson, I'm surprised at you. While playing the violin, I made the following deduction. Mr. X was killed by some gorilla here in New York. Do you follow me? A gorilla was seen climbing up the Empire State Building with a girl in the palm of his hand. And is at present on the tower.
How do you know?
I saw the picture. Now, if he could climb up a building the size of the Empire State, why couldn't he have climbed up that penthouse and killed Mr. X?
You mean the gorilla is King Kong?
Of course. Who else is covered with hair like that?
George Bernard Shaw.
Well, he didn't do it. Well, here's the elevator.
What floor, Captain?
We want to go to the tower.
That's the 102nd floor, boss.
Yes, I know that. When will we arrive?
Sunday night, sir.
You know, Sherlock, that elevator boy looks very suspicious and very friendly, too.
I think so. What's your name, son?
My name's Jim Milton, sir.
Oh, sure, Jimmy. He's our tenor, Watson. Say, Jimmy, I hate to ask you this, but did you kill Mr. X?
No, sir, Captain. I didn't kill him. I was a lady killer.
Quick, Watson, the needle.
Ow!
And cut out those jokes. Well, we have 2 days in this elevator. 2 days. I must keep my mind occupied. Hand me my saxophone. That was Stormy Weather, brought to you through the courtesy of the Chevrolet Motor Company.
102nd floor, all out.
Sunday got here quick. Now be careful, Watson, and very quiet. Very quiet. Please follow me around the edge of the roof. We must use our wits and trap him. This fellow King Kong is the biggest creature you have ever seen. He eats elephants like you eat salami.
With mustard?
That's elementary, Watson. Come, follow me. The drummer just lost the cymbal. Frank, keep the boys quiet, will you? Just a moment. Watson, don't move.
It's so dark up here. Why didn't you come up here in the daytime?
Quiet. Go ahead. I'm right behind you.
I'd sooner be behind you.
Watson, look. Look carefully. You see that figure standing there in the doorway?
Yes.
Look. Somebody is handing him some money.
Oh, that's Al Smith. He runs this building and he's collecting the rent. Hello, Al!
You're wrong again, Watson.
What is that, Sherlock?
That's King Kong. He's here, all right. Keep down, Watson. He mustn't see us.
Be careful, Sherlock. I think he sees us.
Grab him, Watson, and don't let him get away.
Thank you. Look, he's got the girl right in the palm of his hand. It looks like Mary Livingstone.
Wait. It is Mary. Mary, what are you doing there with King Kong?
There's something in his eyes that makes me realize he got me in the palm of his hand. The thrill of his caress.
Mary, we must rescue Mary from that roof. I'm not afraid of him. Hey, King Kong. What's the idea of climbing buildings and carrying women with you?
Well, it's always a sport, and I just love the fresh air.
Is that King Kong? I'll get him.
Wait, Watson. It may be a trick. Now, look here, Kong. You've been climbing buildings, dragging people out of their beds and murdering them. Did you climb up to the penthouse on Park Avenue and kill Mr. X?
No.
You lie. You did murder Mr. X. Why, you're big enough to eat him alive.
Well, I did have eggs for breakfast this morning.
Then you admit that you killed him.
No.
Take him away, Watson.
Goodbye, Mary. I'm sorry. I can't play with you anymore.
Goodbye, Paul and Harry. Come up again sometime.
Well, it didn't take us long to get him, did it, Watson?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's me, the voice of the shadow.
What do you want?
You think you've got the murderer,
Well, King Kong did not kill Mr. X.
Then who did?
Mr. X was killed
Ladies and gentlemen, this mystery will be continued next Friday night.
But there's no mystery about the Chevrolet motor car. It's the best buy in America today and the nation's choice.
Play, Frank.
Hear the figures, 445 FOB Factory, always think, my friends, of Chevrolet, of the new Chevrolet Standard 6, the car that made $445 famous, of the smart, fast-stepping Chevrolet that gave a new meaning to 445 by giving so many wonderful new features for that wonderful low price. A Fisher body, a big, comfortable interior, Fisher no-draft ventilation, safety plate windshield glass, an octane selector, a low-to-the-road chassis that rides smoothly and steadily, and a six-cylinder valve and head engine that's not only one of the snappiest on the road, but listen to this. Some Chevrolet Standard 6 owners report gasoline mileages as high as 26 miles to the gallon, and nearly all of them are getting between 18 and 24, depending on how they drive. So if you have a minimum of money to spend on a new car and want that money to do you the most good, to bring you the most fun and the greatest savings in return, save with a new Chevrolet Standard 6, the big General Motors value that made $445 famous.
Well, folks, this concludes our program for tonight. Be sure and listen in next Friday. Try and figure out for yourself who killed Mr. X.
Mary, hand me my violin. I must sing. Good night, folks. Good night.
National Broadcasting Company. WEOF, New York.
Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Dennis to sing McNamara's Band.
Oh, me name is McNamara, I'm the leader of the band. Although we're few in numbers, we're the finest in the land. We play at wakes and weddings and at every fancy ball. And when we play at funerals, we play the march from Saul. Oh, the drums go banging, the cymbals clang, and the horns they blaze away. McCarthy pumps the old bassoon while I the pipes do play. And Tennessee toodles the flute and the music something grand. A credit to old Ireland is McNamara's band.
Oh, what a parade we're having here. The grandest parade I've ever seen in all my life. You never seen the likes of it.
Right now we are rehearsing for a very swell affair. The annual celebration, all the gentry will be there. When Eisenhower to Ireland came, he took me by the hand. Says he, I never saw the likes of McNamara's band. Oh, what a band you have there. The greatest thing I've ever seen in all my life. Oh, my name is Uncle Julius, and from Sweden I have come to play with McNamara's band and big debate by drum. And when I march along the streets, the ladies think I'm grand. They shout, there's Uncle Julius playing with an Irish band. The drums go bang and the cymbals clang and the horns they blaze away. McCarthy pumps the old bassoon while I the pipes do play. And Tennessee toodles the flute and the music something grand. A credit to old Ireland is McNamara's band. It's the grandest and the finest and the most wonderful band that I've ever seen. If you don't agree, just to be sociable, I'll fight the best man in the house. And I'm not long for this world. Credit to old Ireland is McNamara's band.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, it's late afternoon as we look in at the Anderson boarding house in Weaverville, where our young hero, Dennis Day, rooms. An afternoon you might think like any other. But if you did, you'd be wrong. For as far as our hero is concerned, it's just about the greatest afternoon of his life.
He's just burst open the front door of the Anderson house in a state of wild excitement to come face to face with his astonished girlfriend, Mildred Anderson.
Mildred, the evening paper. Is it here? My picture's in it, Mildred. My picture.
Your picture?
Yeah, for the Weaverville Safety Campaign to cut down street accidents. You see, some people cross the streets outside of the safety zone. Some cross against the lights. Some cross diagonally from corner to corner.
But why did they take your picture?
I was the first person to do everything wrong at the same time.
Oh, so that's it.
Sure, I'm famous. I've been chosen the pedestrian most likely to decease. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, yes, I guess so. How long has this safety campaign been going on?
Oh, it started this morning. The mayor began it himself with speeches at the corner of 3rd and Elm from the hospital.
Gee, 2 speeches in one morning?
Well, it was really one speech continued. While he was speaking at the corner of 3rd and Elm, a car hit him.
Well, the paper's right here. Let's see now.
Look, right there, on page 1. Read that caption.
Do you wish to visit a cemetery permanently? All you have to do is walk across the street in the criminally careless manner of Dennis Day, 22, whose photo appears above.
That's me.
At first, Mr. Day was believed drunk or crazy, but it was later learned he walks this way all the time.
I'm going to send clippings to all my friends.
Well, they've certainly given you quite a... Why, Dennis.
Huh?
The picture. It isn't your picture at all.
Oh, Mildred, you must be mistaken.
I'm not. Look. Your hair's black. This man's a blonde. You're clean-shaven. He has a mustache. You have a small nose, and he has a great big one. And you're wearing a blue suit. He has on a gray one with a Dewey button in the lapel. Don't you see?
Gee, you're right. It can't be me. I'm a Democrat.
Of course it isn't you. They ran a picture of another man over your story.
Oh, that's a fine thing. I nearly get myself killed, and they give someone else credit for it.
Yes, I know how you feel.
Gee whiz.
Well, I'm going over to Aunt Marjorie's house for dinner. I guess I won't see you till tomorrow.
Well, okay, Mildred. Darn it anyway. And I was going to use that picture to start a couple of scrapbooks for our children.
Gee. Do you really think we'll have some someday, Dennis?
Why not? I saw some swell ones for sale at Woolworth's the other day. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Mildred.
Dinner will be ready as soon as Dennis comes down, Herbert.
Very well, Poopsie.
By the way, isn't it about time you had a little talk with your daughter about that young man?
No, I doubt if it'll do much good. I probably won't get any further with her than I do with you, dream thing.
Well, see that you try. Hand me that evening paper over there on the table, Herbert.
Yes, lover girl. May I look at my part of it?
Here.
Thank you. My, the classified ad section is bigger than usual tonight. Great Scott.
What's the matter?
Why, right here on page 18, among the ads, there's a picture of Dennis Day.
Dennis Day? What's his picture doing in the paper?
Well, listen to what it says under it. Still missing after 4 years' search, Schuyler Van Rensselaer, heir to the great Van Rensselaer sardine fortune, pictured above, is believed amnesia victim.
You mean... Oh, Herbert, it can't be Dennis Day.
It must be. It's his picture.
Amnesia. So that's it. I knew no one could act like Dennis does and be normal. Oh, that poor, unfortunate, dear, sweet, rich boy.
Gosh, Dennis Day isn't Dennis Day, the soda jerk, at all. He's Schuyler Van Rensselaer, who was in the fish business.
I knew there was something about that boy.
Really? Well, I've stood very close to him, and I never noticed it.
Read the rest of it, Herbert.
Well, it just says, young Van Rensselaer was born November 17th, 1926. His brother and sister are offering $10,000 reward to anyone successfully aiding him in the recovery of his memory.
10,000? Herbert, we've got to bring back that boy's memory. My maternal instincts have been aroused.
Yes, I know how you feel. Well, say, I hear him coming downstairs now.
Now, I'll handle this, Herbert. You aren't to say one word until I tell you. Do you understand?
Very well.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, dinner ready yet?
Dennis, I want to talk to you.
To me, Mrs. Anderson?
Yes. Do you know who you are, my boy?
Why, yes, ma'am, I think so.
Who?
Well, offhand, I'd say I was me.
No.
I'm not?
Definitely not. We have proof.
Gee, I was so certain, too.
Now, Dennis, try to think. Do you remember your father?
Oh, sure. He was a relative of mine.
Did he ever discuss with you what you'd be doing in your later life?
Well, let's see. I do remember my father saying he hoped I'd grow up.
Yes?
That's all.
We'll try a new tack. What do you know about your birth?
Well, I'm pretty sure it happened.
I don't mean that. Do you remember where you were born?
Well, Mother told me it was in a small town out west.
Wrong. You were born in a big eastern city.
Oh. Well, anyway, it was in 1925.
Wrong again. It was 1926.
In June?
November.
Gee, Mother didn't know much about me, did she?
Herbert, you may take over.
Yes, Poopsie. Now, Dennis, I want you to concentrate.
Yes, sir. On what?
Sardines.
Yes, sir.
Are you concentrating on sardines?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now tell me, who is your father?
A sardine?
Poopsie, you may have it back again.
I give up. No. Wait a minute. Of course. You know how loss of memory is always cured in the movies. A sudden blow on the head.
Yeah.
Hand me the fire tongs, Herbert.
Poopsie, no, you can't. We're not sure he is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
So if he's Dennis Day, have I lost anything?
No, Poopsie, but there must be another way. If the boy has two selves, we'll bring the other one out. And meanwhile, let's go into dinner, huh?
Yeah, that's a good idea, Mrs. Anderson. Both of me is very hungry.
Now, before we continue a day in the life of Schuyler Van Rensselaer, here's our young hero, Dennis Day, to sing I'll Never Love Again.
I'll never love again. If you forget me, my heart won't let me love someone new. I'll never dream again. How could I go on dreaming if each dream that we made would suddenly fade in the glow? I'll never thrill again to someone's kiss. For what good would it do if you I'll miss? My heart is yours alone. So be careful, don't break it. For if you ever should, darling, I never could love again.
Well, because of a transposed newspaper photograph, the Andersons are convinced that Dennis Day is really Schuyler Van Rensselaer, suffering from amnesia. It's the following morning now, and Dennis has left for his job at Willoughby's drugstore. Meanwhile, Mrs. Anderson is enlisting Mr. Willoughby's aid over the phone in restoring Dennis's memory.
But, Mrs. Anderson, it's incredible. You're positive it was his picture? Yeah. Well, we've got to restore that poor boy's memory. Not only for the $10,000 reward, but for other reasons, which don't interest me. Huh? Well, shock sometimes snaps them out of it. I may try that. Yes, you see, shock. Oh, I had to hang up, Mrs. Anderson. Here we go.
Good morning, Mr. Willoughby. I beg your pardon, sir?
Quick, what's your name?
Mr. Willoughby, do you feel all right?
Of course I do. What's your name?
Gee, if you can't remember it, don't go near Mrs. Anderson. She'll let you have it with a fire tongs.
Dennis, you need help. You've got to recover your true identity of Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
Yeah, that's what Mrs. Anderson says, too.
Well, there's only one way to get that help, my boy. Go to a psychiatrist.
You think a foot doctor can help me?
A psychiatrist is a doctor of the mind, Dennis. And there's a very good one right here in Weaverville.
But, Mr. Willoughby,
Dr. Walsberg has handled cases much more abnormal than your son. One patient of his bit his nails. Dr. Walsberg cured him within 2 weeks.
Well, a person can bite his nails and still be normal, can he?
Not when he does it right through his shoes. I know Dr. Walsberg can straighten you out, my boy. Will you go to see him?
But, Mr. Willoughby, I'm perfectly normal. Honest, I am.
Dennis, you want to be heir to a fortune, don't you?
Gee, you mean a psychiatrist can do that for me?
He certainly can.
Boy, that's different. I should have gone to one of those fellows before I ever started working.
Splendid. I'll phone him that you're on the way.
Come in, my boy. Come right in.
Thank you, Doctor.
Now then, you're the young man who thinks he's Dennis Day. That's your trouble, is it?
Yes, sir, and I've got it bad.
Well, we'll soon have you all straightened out. Suppose we get a little of your background. What you remember of it.
Yes, sir.
Let's go right back to your babyhood. What kind of a baby were you?
A boy.
Yes, I know. But was there anything unusual or odd about your babyhood?
Well, half the time I couldn't see.
Ah, I couldn't see?
That's right. It was on account of my mother being so nearsighted.
Oh, heredity, eh?
Oh, no, sir. It was just that half the time she put the rubber pants on the wrong end of me.
I see. Perhaps we should take a somewhat later age. Say about the time you first became aware of girls.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you realize there is an age at which young men become acutely aware of girls, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir, and I can hardly wait.
Obviously schizophrenic.
Again, how I'd like to beg it?
Schizophrenic, split personality.
Oh.
You have submerged your true character, hard-drinking, woman-chasing Van Rensselaer, beneath the assumed character of Dennis Day, who is just the opposite. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, sir. It's just that I don't know what you're talking about.
In other words, your amnesia is caused by an inner revulsion to your true self. I can confirm my findings with a very simple test. Have you ever heard of word association?
No, sir. I don't join many clubs.
I'm referring to a psychopathological test. Or to try and put it more understandably, neurasthenic.
You missed.
In any event, I will give you a word. You are to tell me the word you associate with it. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Black.
Black.
Black? I thought you'd say white.
We just met, Doctor. I don't want to start an argument with you.
It isn't an argument, it's a test. If I said boy, you'd say girl. Now do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Chair.
Thanks, but I've already got one.
Chair is the word. You're supposed to say table. What's the matter with you?
I'm sorry, sir.
I'll try it again. Son.
Okay, try it again.
I am trying it again. Please listen. Son.
I'm listening, Pop.
Son is the word I gave you. You're supposed to tell me the word it makes you think of.
Oh, moon.
At last. You finally understand what I mean. Are you ready now?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Bad.
That isn't the word!
Oh. I'm sorry.
I'll give you the word now. Table.
Martin O'Malley.
What has Martin O'Malley got to do with table?
Well, he's a friend of mine from Hooperstown where I used to live. He was always under it.
Well, so much for word association.
Yes, sir.
In fact, for tests of all kinds. Young man, there is only one practical treatment for your condition. Hypnosis.
Hypnosis?
Yes. You will permit me to put you into an induced hypnotic trance, as distinguished from the one you're in now. I believe I can reactivate your subconscious and restore your identity.
You mean you're going to hypnotize me?
Exactly, if you will permit it.
Well, there is a fortune waiting for me, I hear. Go ahead.
Very well. Now look deep into my eyes. That's it. You're getting drowsy. Your senses are becoming numb. You're falling asleep. Asleep. Sleep. Sleep.
Hey, Doc, wake up.
Pardon me. Sometimes it goes into reverse. Look into my eyes again. Deep into my eyes. You're getting drowsy. Languorous. That's it. You're falling asleep. Sleep. Sleep. You're now in a hypnotic state. Listen to me. You are not Dennis Day.
I am not Dennis Day.
Your name is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
My name is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
You are very rich.
I'm loaded.
You're a playboy, mad about women.
I'm a playboy, mad about women.
You like to take a drink now and then. When you awaken, you will go home, but remember nothing of Dennis Day. You will be Schuyler Van Rensselaer, the playboy. And now, awaken.
And still no sign of him, Flipsy. Are you sure the boy's all right?
Of course he's all right, Herbert. Mr. Willoughby told me on the phone he'd sent him to Dr. Allsberg, the psychiatrist.
And you really think that he'll come back here thinking he's Schuyler Van Rensselaer?
I do.
Well, if I know Dennis, there's a much better chance that Dr. Allsberg will go back to Vienna thinking he's Sigmund Freud.
You're always...
Oh, that may be he. I'll go. Dennis.
The name is Schuyler, Shorty. Who are you?
Why, don't you know me? I'm Herbert Anderson.
Glad to meet you, Herbie. Is that all there is of you, or are you standing in a manhole?
My goodness gracious.
Oh, there you are, Dennis. You're back.
Who's this character, Shorty? Your mother?
What? How dare you?
Skip it, babe.
Babe! Why, you never called me anything but Mrs. Anderson in your life.
Well, don't crowd your luck. Well, how about a little snort, huh? Just a single scotch with a gin chaser for me. I'm on the wagon.
Mr. Van Rensselaer.
Mother, have you heard of it? Oh, there you are.
Hiya, baby. What's next?
Oh, Dennis.
My name isn't Dennis, Toots. Just call me Castor Oil.
Castor Oil? Why?
Because I'm bad medicine, Toots. Get your coat on, kid. We'll go for a drive in the park.
But I don't want to drive in the park.
You not only get a drive in the park with me, babe, you get a park in the drive.
Mother, what's come over Dennis? Why, he's become a terrible ladies' man.
Yes, sir. All I need now is a terrible lady. How about you, Frizzletop? You busy?
Frizzletop? Why, you've got... I've
got $10 million.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
Oh, forget it. This is the babe I'm interested in. What do you say, Dollface?
Oh, how could you be so awful? You ought to be ashamed.
Now, don't race your motor, Toots. I'm feeling give-inny if you're feeling give-outy.
Oh, you beast.
Mildred. Mr. and Mrs. Anderson. What? Where am I?
Uh-oh. I think the enchanted hour is over.
Why, you're home, Dennis. What on earth happened to you?
Gosh, I don't know. The last I remember, I was in Dr. Alsberg's office. He hypnotized me.
Hypnotized you? Then you're not Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
Oh, please, don't start that again. I'm Dennis Day. Honest, I am. Mildred, did I act funny?
I should say you did. And the things you had nerve enough to say to my mother.
Oh, golly. I'm going down to the doctor's office right now and tell him off plenty.
And I'm going with you, Dennis.
Are you going to tell him off too, Mr. Anderson?
No, sir. I'm going down for a treatment.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And just how important that is, our Colgate players are here to demonstrate for you. As our curtain goes up, we find a policeman looking over a young boy who is sitting on a porch.
Did you see that, Officer Cassidy? Did you see Mary slam that door? Jeepers, a fine thing when my girl puts out both the cat and me.
Danny, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't be believing this. Might I be inquiring what's the charge?
Well, that's what I don't know, Officer Cassidy. The girl won't talk. Why, I bet even the third degree wouldn't get a reason out of Mary.
Well, now, I wonder if you're in the clear on a certain charge I'm thinking of, Danny. You know, it could do you no harm to appear before your dentist nearby.
And here's what Danny found out. Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Here's Dennis Day and Charles Dant's beautiful arrangement of September Song. Can be heard with Jeff Benny every Sunday. And be sure to be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
it's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo, created by Kay Dumas, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to stay tuned for the Mr. District Attorney program, which follows immediately.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Jaws of Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. Now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's a little past noon, and so far it's been an ordinary day. At the home of Ivy's president, Dr. William Todhunter Hall, and his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English Theater, Dr. Hall is just entering the living room where he meets Penny, their maidservant, and says,
"Hello, Penny. Will you tell Mrs. Hall, please, that I'm ready to eat now?"
Mrs. Hall ain't in, sir.
Oh?
She got a message to please come quick to a rehearsal of the Junior Follies about 2 hours ago.
Oh, yes, the Junior Follies.
She said I was to inform you as soon as you wasn't quite so busy with your book.
Thank you, Penny.
You've been busy with that book a long time, haven't you, sir?
Yes, over 3 years.
Cool. Fancy that. Over 3 years on one book. If I may say so, sir, I read much faster than you do.
Penny, I'm not...
The secret is, don't stop to form each word with your lips.
Yes, Penny,
You'll find it's also a great help if you run your finger along the page under the lines as you go.
I'll practice, Penny, thank you.
Quite welcome, sir. Any time at all. I'll answer the door, sir.
Yes, Penny, do, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Is Mrs. Hall in?
No, sir, she's not.
Ask them in, Penny.
Come in, sir. A gentleman to see Mrs. Hall, sir.
Oh, good afternoon. I am Dr. Hall. Is there anything I can do?
Oh, thanks, Doctor, but I don't think so. Oh, I hope I'm not disturbing you. I should have phoned from the air terminal, but I'm in a terrible rush. My name's Pinero.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Pinero?
Oh, thank you. I don't know if Vic has ever mentioned me to you. I'm an old friend, broker into show business.
Oh, yes, of course. You're Auntie Pinero.
The same.
Yes. Well, she's often told me about you and the act you used to do. Pinero and Cromwell, wasn't it?
That's right, Pinero and Cromwell, those two funny people.
Yes.
Is that clock right up there? Yes, sir, right up there. How do you get down off an elephant? You don't get down off an elephant, you get down off a duck.
Yes. Now, I've often heard of the supposed difference between English and American humor, Mr. Pinero. The understatement of one and the exaggeration of the other. But if you were quoting from Pinero and Cromwell, those two funny people...
Oh, if you mean that a jam tart smack in the face is not very funny but gets laughed at by everybody, Doctor, I agree with you. Keep it simple is what I tell everybody on my way to the bank. Yeah. You're Vic's husband, I take it, eh?
Happily, I am.
I was never sure. I've been in Australia till recently. Are you in the business?
The business of what?
I mean, are you in show business, too?
Oh, no. I'm the president here.
Well, I have been out of touch. Whatever became of Truman?
No, Mr. Pinero, you don't understand. I am the president of this college, Ivy College.
Oh, yes, of course.
And Mr. Truman, I believe, is quite well and still in the White House. His lease is good through most of 1952.
Well, it's not for me to criticize your customs. How's Vickie? You know, it's been a dog's age since I last saw her. Prettiest kid I ever knew, and the nicest, and the most talented. How is she?
Oh, I think she's better than ever, Mr. Pinero. Although I must admit to a slight prejudice in her favor.
And that great sense of timing for a comedy line.
Her timing is, as always, admirable.
And is she still, Oh, I know I'm being inquisitive, but I've got a good reason for asking. Is she still, Has she got, does she bulge?
Only where bulging is, shall we say, architecturally desirable. But there again, I am prejudiced, Mr. Pinero. May I ask the reason for this research?
Well, you see, I have something most important to talk over with her.
Well, I rather imagine it might be important to me, too, Mr. Pinero.
Oh, of course it would, but I don't know if you'd understand it the way Vickie would.
Well, why not try me?
Well, you see, Doctor, once you've been mixed up in our business, you're never quite satisfied with anything else. You're never quite as happy as when you had grease paint on your face and were complaining about your lines.
Yeah, do you think that applies to everyone?
Oh, yes, I do, everyone.
You feel, then, that Victoria might be unhappy here at Ivy?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Doctor. I didn't say she was unhappy. It's just that she can't help missing the theater. Any more than you can help missing this library full of books.
I'm not at all sure that I agree with you, but I do understand your point. Every profession has a magnetism for its most competent practitioners, which is almost irresistible. But why this sudden concern for Victoria's happiness?
Oh, forgive me, Doctor, but I talk better when I walk around. Well, this is why. I need her. I need her badly.
Well, in the question of need, Mr. Pinero, no one needs her as badly as I do, with, if you'll pardon me, a certain priority.
I know. But this is show business. Now, I produced a musical revue down in Australia in 1946 that's still running to packed houses.
I wonder if the quiet of the campus has been deadly for her.
My show is called Sydney's Harbour. It was such a hit down there that I brought a company to England last year, and it's still running there.
I wonder if all the happiness she's given me has left her with none of her own.
Now, my point is, Doctor, next month I'm opening Sydney's Harbour in New York.
I've been an idiot, so content with my own luck that
And I would like Vickie to play the lead. Well, did you hear me, Dr. Hall?
Huh?
I would like Vickie to play the lead.
The lead, yes, of course. The lead, naturally. Mr. Pinero.
Yes?
Would you mind giving me a few hours on this? I'd like to think about it quite seriously, and then may I phone you? I know that Victoria will be most anxious to see you.
Why, certainly, only I don't have too long. Oh, could I drop around again about, say, 6?
6, Mr. Pinero. And thank you.
Thank me? Whatever for, Dr. Hall?
For reminding me of something I had forgotten. Hello, my darling. How did it go?
Oh, if there's ever a junior follies at all, I shall be amazed. You should have been there this morning. Sets falling down and fuses blowing all over the place. Orchestrations missing, actors going up on their lines. The director tearing his hair and screaming. Everyone hysterical with week before opening jitters. Ooh, it was heavenly.
Well, it sounds quite hellish to me. Begging your pardon.
You've never been in show business. It was meat and drink to me. Just what the doctor ordered.
Vickie, do you find yourself missing the theater terribly? I mean, do you ever have any regrets?
Regrets? Of course not, Toddy. What kind of talk's that?
Well, after all, you were at the height of your career when I met you. And the life we lead here, well, it's so different from the life you've had.
Toddy, this is the height of my career right now. Every moment of it.
I think you sacrificed a great deal.
Would you think that you sacrificed what might have been a great political career by marrying an actress?
Oh, my dear.
Well, you remember what that congressman told you? That you might have been a presidential log?
The phrase, my dear, is timber, not log. Although in some cases, log is the more descriptive term. Particularly when you realize that a log is difficult to handle, has a great affinity for a stump, and is most useful when dead. But, oh, dear, I'm digressing. No, Vickie, of course I don't regret it.
Well, then there you are. We might each have been something else if we never married. But we did, and we're happy, and that's the essential thing.
And you don't ever wish you were back?
Oh, Toddy, darling, grease paint and fiddles tuning up in the pit will always make my nostrils quiver and my ears twitch. And that's why I love coaching these college shows. It's a little harmless smoke that keeps the old firehorse happy.
Firehorse, indeed. Please, you are speaking of the woman I love. But seriously, Vickie, and the women's magazines notwithstanding, marriage is not really a career. In its original meaning, the word career meant a gallop, a gamble, a frisk. Marriage is not a gallop. It's a pleasant amble. It's also a serious partnership in a serious business, life. It can coexist with a career only with the most scrupulous balance of interests.
Hey, what are you trying to tell me?
Mr. Pinero is in town.
No. Archie?
Yes.
Where? Whatever is he doing here? Where is he?
At the inn. He'll be back here about 6.
Oh, how wonderful. I'll call him right this minute.
I told him you were most anxious to see him.
Oh, I am. I can't wait. Oh, you told him?
Yes, he was here.
Toddy?
Yes, my dear?
Does he want me to go back to the theater?
Suppose you talk to him.
Marriage, my darling, is not a career. William, are you trying to get rid of me?
Now, Vickie, is it...
Are you sending me back to the grease paint and footlights?
Now, Vickie,
Have you decided that an actress's place is on the stage and never to darken your doors no more?
My darling, you
Oh,
must
out
listen.
in the snow with my shawl and my baby. Darling,
I have seriously tried to see both sides of the question.
Well, I've made my decision.
You have?
Yes, I'm going.
You are?
Certainly. With this deafening public clamor in my ears, how can I refuse the call of duty? I'm going.
Going?
I'm going to phone Artie. He's convinced you that I should go back to the theater. Now he's going to try and convince me. And let me tell you, what's that peculiar look in your eye?
Just speculation, my darling. I think I shall meet Mr. Pinero on the front steps with a loaded pistol. I have just invented a new crime, Pinerocide. And in court I can say that everything suddenly went black. And believe me, Vickie, I can think of nothing blacker than the prospect of losing you to a jar of makeup.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
An experience like that usually has a story behind it. So before we return to the halls of Ivy, let's hear the story of a new house, the couple who moved into it, and a tour of inspection by their next-door neighbor that stopped almost before it started.
I'm the next-door neighbor, a fact for which I'm deeply grateful, since it led to my first taste of Schlitz beer. But to begin at the beginning, my neighbors had just finished getting their new home in order and wanted me to come over and give the place my approval. I went in through the back door and was led into the stainless steel splendor of a modern kitchen. There, with love in their eyes, my new neighbors showed me the miracle of automatic dishwashing, the efficiency of their new stove, and the amazing capacity of their new refrigerator. At that point, the tour of inspection came to an abrupt halt, for the refrigerator was well stocked with Schlitz beer. Somehow, I'd never gotten around to trying Schlitz before, though I'd heard a lot of good things about it. My curiosity must have shown, because my neighbor took out a couple of bottles of Schlitz and poured a glass for me. I drank, and I realized right then and there what I'd been missing. Neighbor, I said, although I've been no farther than your kitchen, I can tell you this. If the rest of your house is in as good taste as the beer you serve, then believe me, you've made a sound investment. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Surround us here today.
As we rejoin the halls of Ivy, we find Dr. Hall talking to his wife, who's just had a fine offer to return to the theater.
Vickie.
Yes, dear?
You know, quite sincerely, I don't want to stand in the way if you decide to take a sabbatical of your own, if you do think you'd like to get back in harness, as it were. I know how one can become infatuated with one's own profession, even mine, prosaic as it may seem in comparison to footlights and first nights. There are times when I positively thrill to the smell of old books. I remember we were joking about it once, about inventing a perfume for the wives of faculty members. We were going to call it Essence of Worm-Eaten Volumes.
You might even call it Eau de Voltaire.
Oh, very good, very good. But as for your absence for a few weeks disrupting my life, well, I shall miss you, of course, but I can manage.
Oh, you can.
Well, I mean, after all, I'm not a stereotyped, absent-minded professor.
No, I know. You're probably the most present-minded professor there is.
Well, thank you, my dear. So...
Toddy, now look. I had a wonderful life in the theater, but I have a wonderful life with you here. And I never want anything to change that.
Well, nothing ever will, Victoria, as far as I'm concerned. I can only repeat a phrase Mark Twain placed in the mouth of Adam about Eve. Wherever she is, there is Eden.
Excuse me, sir. A young lady's calling. A Miss Keating.
Keating?
Oh, it's Sally Keating, Shoring, Penny.
Yes, Mum.
Sally Keating, that's a familiar name.
Yes, she's the lead in the Junior Follies.
Oh,
I don't know
yes.
exactly what... Oh, come on in, Sally. William, you've met Sally Keating, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, indeed. Please sit down, Miss Keating. I understand you're the leading lady in the Junior Follies. Good heavens, what did I say?
Sally. Now, Sally, what is it? Sally, now tell me.
He threw me out of the show. Squippy threw me out of the show.
Oh, no.
Squiffy?
Well, it's Dick Lester, class of 51. He's the director. Give me your handkerchief, William. Now, stop it, Sally. Tell me what happened.
Squippy was choking Larry.
Choking Larry?
What's that? You mean throttling him?
Larry threw his baton at Squippy first because some of the orchestrations were on fire.
On fire?
On fire?
Did Squippy have a match to them?
No, there was a short circuit in the pit before we could put it out. It was really the fault of Bobo.
What's a Bobo?
She's a who, not a what. It's Bobo Cleary. She's the head electrician. Now, Sally, stop it now. Now, stop it at once. I'm sure you're not really out of the show.
I am. And I don't care. I want to be in it. I hate the part. I never wanted in the first place. The songs are dreadful, and the lines I gave don't leave me standing there with egg on my face opening night. And I would appear in a production with any of them for all the money in the world. I hate them.
Is this what you meant, week before opening jitters?
That's it.
Oh, dear. Is it always like this?
Of course not. This is serene compared to the general run of things. Now, Sally, stop that and listen to me. You're behaving like a child. It's a very good and funny show, and the songs are some of the best I've ever heard. And you'll be fine opening night. You know it as well as I do. Now, I want you to run along home and douse your face with cold water. And then I'll meet you in the auditorium in an hour.
Well, all right, Mrs. Hall. But I'm scared to death about opening night.
Well, good for you. You should be. I always was, too. It proves we have emotions. What good is an actress without emotions?
Gee, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. Keep telling me that, will you, Mrs. Hall? I'll see you in the auditorium. Bye, Dr. Hall.
Goodbye, Miss Keating.
Poor, happy child. All upset and enjoying every heart-throbbing dramatic moment of it.
Enjoying it? You really mean that?
She's enjoying every tear that runs down that pretty face.
Yes, I suppose that's right. I've often thought that young people were purposely designed to be intensely emotional, out of all proportion to the moment at hand. Then, in later life, when they meet real problems, their feelings have been tempered to withstand the sharp edge of disaster.
You must have found that out from observation, Toddy, not experience. I can't imagine you being very upset emotionally.
Oh, my equilibrium was fairly good, Vickie, until I met you.
You mean I tipped you over?
Well, as a matter of strict historical fact, my darling, the full impact of my being tipped over struck me about the third night we had dinner together in that dim-lit little restaurant in Soho.
Oh, yeah, I remember. The little French place. Or Armenian or Greek, or all of them combined, I think.
Yes. I had a conviction as I sat there and saw the candlelight experimenting with your eyelashes that this was a moment to remember.
William dear, for a visiting American. You do find the most delightful places to take me.
Thank you, Victoria, but most of them are rather ordinary places which become delightful by reason of your arrival.
No. But this little restaurant, I never saw it before or even heard of it.
Oh, my ingenuity has an economic basis. This place looked quiet, clean, and inexpensive. You know, I've been prowling around this district quite a bit.
Yes, Soho. It is interesting, isn't it?
Intensely, the very name. Soho. A fox hunting term, you know.
Is it really?
Yes, this was originally fox hunting country. And Soho was the huntsman's cry to call off the hounds. And later on, when the Edict of Nantes was revoked, this was the refuge of thousands of French Huguenots and others escaping from the French Revolution. Thus, through the centuries, Soho has become London's foreign colony.
Thank you.
That's all right, darling. The bus leaves the Marble Arch at 2 o'clock.
Oh, I should be very happy to be honest. But how on earth did you know all this? I've been here all my life, and I never knew these things.
Oh, it's nothing. Strangers always know more about a country than the natives. When we get to America... What did I say?
You said, when we get to America, you said. I heard you. Distinctly.
I'm sorry. I had no right to presume that... I mean... Oh, forgive me.
No.
You must. My thoughts, my hopes ran away with my tongue. Sitting here, watching your face... And I don't think I shall ever want to eat another meal except by candlelight. Victoria...
Yes, dear?
I think I must be a little mad to think as I've been thinking. Here am I, an American professor on his sabbatical with neither fortune nor fame in his pocket, having the unutterable presumption to hope that a reigning star of the London theatre would...
Would what?
Would you care for more coffee?
No, thank you, William.
Oh, nothing more to... Oh, Vickie, darling, you haven't eaten a thing. Look at your plate.
Well, look at your own.
But what? Didn't you like the dinner? Did I choose a bad restaurant?
William, dear, how could either of us possibly eat? You've been holding my hand ever since we sat down.
I have? Oh, good heavens. Oh, Victoria, I am sorry. No, I'm not. I'm going to do it again on every possible occasion.
Do what, sir?
Hold your hand like this.
Well, thank you, sir. Very kind of you, sir. But don't you think that...
William, it's Penny. You're holding Penny's hand.
Of course I am. William and Penny, the two happiest people in the district. William and Penny. What am I... Penny, let go my hand.
Yes, sir. Gladly, sir. You're pinching the ring into the finger, sir.
I beg your pardon. I thought I was...
What was it you wanted, Penny?
Mr. Pinero is here.
Pinero? Oh, yes. Show him in, Penny.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Off again on one of your little excursions, Toddy?
Yes, I guess I was.
Was I with you this time?
Oh, you're always with me, my darling. My excursions, as you call them, always call for 2 tickets, and I always...
Mr. Pinero, sir.
Artie!
Vickie, my duck!
Won't you sit down, Mr. Pinero?
Pinero and Cromwell, those two funny people. I'm so glad to see you I could cry.
Try this chair over here, Mr. Pinero.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Well, you're looking great, Vickie.
Oh.
Well, you haven't changed their hair, so help me. Oh, what you do to them in Sydney's harbour is nobody's business.
I've told her part of your plan.
You're absolutely made for the part, Vic. Why, you'll be the toast of the town.
Yes, Artie, my husband told me what you said about putting your show on in New York.
I wasn't able to paint quite such a colourful picture as he did.
That's very simple. I need you, pet. Thought it all over 1,000,000 times, and you're the one, the absolute one.
It seems, Vickie, that you are the one wherever you go.
Now, name your own terms. Why, this would be the biggest thing that ever hit Broadway. Now, what about it, Vickie?
I'm afraid, Artie, it's too late. It sounds absolutely lovely, but I'm just too happy here.
Dr. Hall, I appeal to you. You have the understanding of a professional.
Oh, you know how I feel about this, Victoria. I'll miss you terribly. But if you feel the slightest desire to go back...
William.
What, my dear?
Nothing on this earth could persuade me to leave you. You see, Artie...
No. Don't go on, Vickie. I know the answer. The way you two look at each other tells me more than words. Well, it was worth trying.
Oh, yes, Mr. Pinero, well worth it. Broadway's loss is Ivy's good fortune and mine.
I'm sorry, Artie. You were sweet to remember me.
Oh, forget it, Vickie. Just thought it would be nice to get together again. Pinero and Cromwell. Those two funny people. Tell me, Do you know how to make a Venetian blind?
Stick your finger in his eye. Goodbye, Artie.
Applause and exit Artie Pinero. God bless Vickie. And good luck to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Artie. And my sincere sympathy. You see, I too know what it means to have a top actress under exclusive contract in a solid hit, with the prospect of a long, long run. Goodbye, Mr. Pinero.
Goodbye.
Welcome home, Vickie.
I've never been away, my darling.
But it must have been tempting.
Toddy.
Hmm?
Have you ever looked down Faculty Row at 6 o'clock in the evening?
Often?
Have you ever seen the trees change color while you were watching them?
Many times.
Have you ever listened to the singing at night on Fraternity Lane?
Oh, I've even added my own baritone from outside the windows.
And have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror?
No, Victoria.
I like it here, Toddy. I love it.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And now here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Ladies and gentlemen, when disaster strikes, the Red Cross is there with emergency assistance. Even more important, the Red Cross stays on the scene to help rebuild and to provide medical care. Last year, the Red Cross gave assistance to over 200,000 persons in 330 disaster operations. Your help is needed. The 4 arms of the Red Cross embrace the entire world. Forearmed is forewarned. Give more than before. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Joseph Kearns, Janet Waldo, and Gloria Gordon. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Jill Walker, the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
The arrival of March in spring weather brings with it a lovely day, and in Mel Blanc's little town, young couples are making plans for the coming evening. In the Adams household, Susan Adams is saying to her boyfriend,
Roy, what picture are we going to see tonight?
The best years of our lives. I hear it's a wonderful picture.
And in the Sharp household, Ann Sharp is saying to her boyfriend,
Phil, what picture are we going to see tonight?
The man I love. I'm just crazy about Ida Lupino.
And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop, where Mel has been talking to his girlfriend, Betty Colby, Betty is saying,
Mel, what picture are we going to see tonight?
That's up to you, Betty. Tonight it's your turn to pay.
Well, anyway, I can't go. Father's invited Mayor Quimby over to the house tonight, and I have to be there.
Mayor Quimby? Well, what's he coming over for?
Oh, it's something about Father wanting Tom Jones' vacant seat on the city council. Some silly political thing.
Betty, politics is not silly. This country is founded on politics. That's why it's a land of opportunity, where even you can become mayor, governor, even assistant to the president.
Me, assistant to the president? Oh, you'll have to show me. I'm from Missouri.
From Missouri, the job is yours. Remember, Betty, in this great land of ours, anyone can become an office holder, a representative, a senator, anyone.
Even you, Mel?
Me? No. I'm a Democrat. Well, looks like I'll have to go to the movies myself.
Now, why don't you try to help Father get on the council? It'll make him like you more.
Oh, Betty, I couldn't do it. Your father isn't the man for the job.
He might recommend some customers for your fix-it shop.
The job needs a more experienced and capable man.
Besides, the council meets 3 times a week, and we could be alone then.
Colby for city council. Oh, gosh, here comes your father now.
Hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Mel.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Well, Mel, I suppose Betty's told you about my political aspirations. Well, what do you think of me in politics? What are you giggling about, you idiot? Why, I'm the most civic-minded man in this community. Well, every morning I stand in front of my supermarket and I pick up every bit of refuse that blows by.
Yeah, but look at the high prices you get for it.
Mel Blanc, are you trying to make a fool out of me?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Colby. I know you're a self-made man. Oh, gosh, Mr. Colby, I'm getting all balled up. I'd really do anything to help you.
Well, that's more like it.
Well, it's Professor Potchnick, a piano teacher.
Hello, kiddies. What's cooking? And I hope it's borscht.
Hello, Professor Potchnick.
What's everybody got their heads together?
Well, Professor, Mr. Colby is having the mayor at his house tonight. It seems that old Tom Jones is leaving the city council, and Mr. Colby wants his seat.
Well, what's the matter with his own seat? Oh, city council. Yes, Mayor Quimby is quite a bird fancier, so Mel and I are going hunting. Perhaps we can shoot a pheasant to give to the mayor.
Oh-ho! Say, Professor, are you a good hunter?
Am I a good hunter? What a question. That's like Sears asking Roe if he's making a buck. Well, you are looking at the man who is known as Wild Bill Hickok.
Hickok the hunter?
No, Hickok the suspenders man.
You can use some.
But back in Russia, I was a ferocious hunter. When I entered the forest in Odessa, the animals would flee for miles.
They were terrified, huh?
Why not? I was wearing a skunk coat. And then I went to hunt. Quickly, I blew the mating call of the bull moose.
And what happened?
That's how I met my wife. After we got married, we used to hunt together. Sonia and Max, agents for the Hudson Bay Company. One day was the most exciting day of my life. In the middle of the forest, we were face to face with a wild bear. One of us had to go. It was either me, Sonia, or the bear.
And what happened?
Sometimes I wish that bear could cook better.
Well, Professor, perhaps this is too tame for you. Mel and I are going bird shooting.
Birds, I love them. Only last week I bought a toupee for a bald eagle. Oh, I know every
thing about birds. Oh, really? Do you know what a blue jay is?
There you got me. I happen to be a Dr. Scholl man myself.
Well, we haven't any time to lose. If I'm going to get a bird from Mayor Quimby, we better leave now. Come on, Mel.
Are you coming with us, Professor Potsnake?
A hunting we will go. A hunting we will go. Tovarich, Tovarich,
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you could expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now the sportsman, Victor Miller, and the orchestra with If This Isn't Love.
What we've got to tell you is entirely confidential at this moment. A secret, we've got a little secret. A secret kind of secret. We're aching for to shout it to every daffodil and tell the world about it. In fact, we think we will. If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I'm daft as a daisy. Moons all around and cows jumping over. There's something amiss, and we'll eat our hats if this isn't love. We're feeling like an apple on top of William Tell. With this, I cannot grapple. Because you're so adorable. If this isn't love, then winter is summer. Spring and fall. If this isn't love, my heart needs a plumber. And that isn't all. We're swinging on stars. We're riding on rainbows. We're busting with bliss. And we'll kiss your hand if this isn't love.
To Mel Blanc. Mr. Colby, hoping to attain a seat on the city council and anxious to make a good impression on Mayor Quimby, who is a bird fancier, invited Mel and Professor Potsnake to go hunting. The result of the expedition, 1 ring-necked pheasant, shot by Mr. Colby, which he wants to have stuffed and give to the mayor. We now find him bringing the bird into Mel's fix-it shop, which is for the moment in the hands of Mel's assistant, Zookie.
Oh, hello there, Zookie.
Hello, Mr.
Colby. Zookie, you have so much trouble saying Colby. What on earth would you do if my name was Flickenheimer Feigenspannholzen?
I'd say, hello, Mr. Flickenheimer Feigenspannholzen. It's simple, Mr. Flickenheimer Feigenspannholzen.
Well, Zookie, As soon as Mel comes in, I want you to tell him to stuff this pheasant. And tell him to hurry. The mayor will be at my house pretty soon, and I want Mel to bring it right up.
Oh, I'll tell him right up. I'll tell everything you say. I'll give him the meat. I'll give him the meat. I'll write him a note.
Okay, so long, Suki.
Yeah, so long. Let's see. What was I doing before he came in? Oh, yes, this crossword puzzle. Let's see now. A four-letter word for domesticated animal. Oh, I know. Cow. It's C-O-W. No, that's 5 letters. I got it. Cat. It's C-A-T. Oh, hello, Mel. Mr.
That's all right, Silky. I ran into Mr. Colby outside, and he told me all about it. And now I'd better get to work and stuff this bird. What a funny-looking bird. Oh, it's my lodge president, Mr. Cushing. Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Hello, Mel. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Oh, hello, darling.
Darling? Mighty potentate, you're looking at a stuffed bird.
I could have sworn that was my wife with a hair up. I should have known, though. The bird is better looking.
Mel, if you're stuffing that bird, the excelsior should be the stuffing, the wire frame, the foundation.
Well, Mr. Cushing, how do you know so much about stuffing a bird?
Why shouldn't I? I've been feeding that vulture of mine for 20 years.
Oh, come now, mighty potentate. Don't tell me you do all the cooking at your house.
Ha! And I don't even get Thursdays off. Last week I burned the pea soup, and did my wife punish me?
What'd she do?
She locked me in the kitchen and hid all my cookbooks. But I tried to avoid unpleasantness. I even told her a few jokes. She laughed and said, "John, you kill me." Gad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this, Mel. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
What's the matter?
Oh, you know, mighty potentate, there's one thing I can't understand. Why did you marry your wife in the first place?
Well, Mel, I'll tell you. It was a combination of things.
A combination of things?
Yeah. A full moon, a thick veil, and a large bank account.
Was she mean right at the start?
Oh, yes, Mel. You see, she was an only child, and she became spoiled. Matter of fact, by the time I got her, she'd already turned sour.
Yeah, you were really hooked.
Harpooned is the word. I'll never forget when that preacher married us. He said, "I now pronounce you man and oh, brother." And the way her mother carried on, she kept crying, "You're stealing my daughter! You're stealing my daughter!" Mel, after 20 years of married life, I can say only one thing.
What's that?
Crime does not pay. Well, Mel, I gotta be going.
Well, where you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I tell you, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see The Beast with 5 fingers, or I can go home and count my wife. Hello, Mel.
Oh, poor mighty potentate. Well, I haven't time to worry about him. I gotta stuff this pheasant. Now, let's see. Where's a bullet hole? Why, that's so-and-so Colby. Shot the bird while its back was turned. Well, I better put some speed on. The mayor must be there already.
must be Mayor Quimby now, Betty. I'll open the door. Well, hello, Mayor Quimby. Glad you could come. Where's your charming wife?
My sweet little birdie, she'll be along any minute. She had to stop at Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop. Say, I think I'll call her and find out what's delayed.
Well, what's she doing at Mel's?
Oh, she's bringing in
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Hello, Mel. Mayor Quimby talking. Is my little birdie there?
Your little birdie? Oh, I thought it was a surprise. Yeah, she's here. Mayor, you should be proud of her.
Well, thank you.
She has a beautiful beak. And the loveliest legs I've ever seen.
Well, thank you.
I was just feeling her ankles. Solid. She also has a very lovely neck, Mayor.
She has?
But I wonder how she ever got such a large ring around it.
What are you talking about? There is no one cleaner than her.
Oh, I know that, Mayor. I just gave her a bath. Frankly, though, when she first arrived, she was a pretty tired old bird.
How dare you? She's positively wonderful, and she's such a hard worker.
Oh, you don't have to tell me, Mayor. In her day, she must have laid at least 1,000 eggs.
Mel Blanc, where is she now?
Right in front of me, sitting on the perch.
What?
I just finished stuffing her.
Let me talk to her.
You can't. She's dead.
What have you done to my wife?
Your wife? Mayor, I'm talking about a pheasant.
A pheasant? Why, you blundering idiot.
Mayor, give me that phone. Mel Blanc, you stupid fool.
Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. Hi.
Oh, you giggling sap. You're always messing things up. Now, you come right up here with that bird before I come down there and break every bone in your body. You hear me?
Yeah, goodbye, Mr. Colby.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mayor. Oh, Betty, bring out that bottle of good bourbon for the mayor.
Oh, forget it, Mr. Colby. I understand you're going to present me with a stuffed pheasant.
Yes, Mayor, I know what a bird fancier you are, and I got it for you. And what a time I had getting it. Started out at 5 o'clock this morning. Before I got to the woods, I passed the city council building where I happened to notice a vacant seat. So, into the forest I went, cutting myself on the thorns and brambles, bleeding just to get you that bird.
But, Mr. Colby, why did you have to go through the forest just to get to the market?
To get to the market?
Yes, I know you got it at the market because the hunting season doesn't open until next week. And there's a $500 penalty for shooting birds out of season.
Yes, I went through the forest to get to the market. I took the safe way.
You know, Colby, for a minute I thought you were going to say you shot that bird.
Me shoot a poor, innocent, defenseless little bird out of season? Oh, no. Why, I'd never shoot a bird. Never.
Oh, I'll get it, Father.
Oh, hello, Betty. Gosh, I sure gummed things up on the telephone, so I brought the bird as fast as I could. But I know how to make him feel good. I'll really lay it on thick about how your father shot this bird.
Oh, but Mel...
Oh, leave it to me, Betty. I can handle this. Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. Hello, Mayor Quimby.
Oh, so you got here at last, you...
Oh, Your Honor, Mayor, has Mr. Colby been telling you about how he shot...
Oh, have a drink, Mel.
Oh, no, thanks. I don't drink. Well, as I was saying, Mayor, you should have seen him shoot...
Have a cigarette, Mel.
No, thanks. I don't smoke. Well, there Mr. Colby was, in the forest, surrounded by pheasant. So he ran...
Mel, why don't you and Betty go sit on the couch in the living room and turn off the lights or something?
No, thanks. I don't... Huh? Well, thanks, Mr. Colby, but first I'd like to tell the mayor...
Mel, have a shot. I mean, shoot yourself. I mean, drink this stuff. I don't know what I mean. Oh, Mayor. Well, how do you like the bird?
A stuffed ringneck pheasant. What a beauty.
Yep. You can't even tell where it was shot.
So it was shot, eh?
Sure, Mr.
Mel, there's a $500 fine or a 90-day jail sentence for anyone who shot that bird.
Well, Mayor, let's go. I'm ready to serve that jail sentence.
You shot that bird?
Only in self-defense. He was carrying loaded eggs. Well, put the handcuffs on me, Mayor, and take me to jail.
Oh, now, Mel, wait a minute.
Yeah? Yeah?
I'll send you fresh bread and water every day.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Colby.
Quincy Quimby, what a husband you are. I couldn't get this bird stuffed at all. Mel Blanc wasn't in his fix-it shop. Oh, well, there you are, Mel.
And Quincy, he's holding a bird just like the one you shot today.
Now, Mary. Hold my little birdie.
Just a minute, Mayor. You shot a pheasant today, too. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, cellmate.
Maybe we ought to reconsider the whole matter.
Well, I'm willing to forget it, and I know you are, too, Mayor. But there's one other person here.
Well, who's that?
Councilman Colby.
Councilman Colby? But, Mel, are you sure he can fill the vacant seat?
Stand up, Mr. Colby. Take a look at him, Mayor. He can fill any seat in town.
Gosh, Mel, you certainly helped Father get out of everything that time. My father, Councilman. Oh, he's as proud as a stuffed...
Betty, we've had enough stuffing for one day. Well, I had to think fast today. I had something to look forward to.
You mean while Father goes to the council meeting, you'll have every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday with me?
There you are, you two. Well, Mel, after what happened this evening, I know you're on my side. And because of that, I'm going to make you my assistant.
Your assistant? You mean at the supermarket?
No, on the city council. Now you'll be able to go with me to the meetings every
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Brush up with Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder with a rich, lively, penetrating foam. In a jiffy, your whole mouth feels fresh, sweet, clean in all the corners. And it's been proved Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder, does a brilliant job, leaving teeth magnificently clean, giving them that pearly polished feeling, revealing all their natural brilliance. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
This is the Radio Hall of Fame. The Radio Hall of Fame is presented during the full hour ahead by the Philco Corporation, makers today of electronic battle equipment for the fighting forces of the United Nations, makers tomorrow of equipment for good living in a free world united by victory. Cooperating with Philco are the editors and correspondents of Variety, who report for the Philco program all the news of all show business the world over every week. This week, the editors of Variety recommend for your pleasure, and Philco delights to honor in your name, from Radio, Fred Allen with Portland Hopper and the entire Allen Company. From Opera, the celebrated Metropolitan tenor, Lawrence Melchior. From the Broadway stage, Lou Holt, master storyteller, and Raymond Edward Johnson, substituting for Orson Welles, to bring you a New Year's message written by Stephen Vincent Benet. From the popular music field, Helen Forrest. Conducting the Hall of Fame Orchestra and Chorus, Paul Whiteman. Our master of ceremonies, the distinguished composer, critic, and commentator, Deems Taylor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Deems Taylor speaking for Philco. You know, if we could transport the members of our cast directly to your homes today in person, you'd have the makings of quite a remarkable pre-New Year's party. Well, that's what we hope that our broadcast turns out to be. With Fred Allen, Fortune Hoffa, and Lou Holtz taking care of laughter, Doris Melchior and Helen Forrest attending to the song department, and Raymond Edward Johnson lending a serious note to our year's end proceedings. Said proceedings open with a slightly daring piece of musical impertinence on the part of Paul Whiten. Most New Year's parties end with Auld Lang Syne. Paul has chosen to make this traditional finale into a rousing overture. Beginning, Paul, at once. Speaking of old acquaintance, there's Lou Holtz. Lou is a producer now at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Before plunging Kane first into a 10-week shooting schedule on the new movie version of the Ziegfeld Follies, he's enjoying a busman's holiday at the Capitol Theater on Broadway. In other words, he's back at his old trade, making people laugh. For our New Year's program, Philco has asked Lou to reach back into his inexhaustible bag of tricks for a couple or so of typical Holt stories, including a continuation of the immortal saga of Sam Lapidus, a gentleman who surely belongs in the Hall of Fame. Enter Lou Holt.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure to be back here in New York. I've been away a year. The first thing I did as soon as I got in town, I ran over to my draft board. First thing, they said, Lou, we have put you in 73F. See? And I said, what is 73F? And they said, a single man with furniture. I've been traveling all over the country. I've been down south. I was down in Texas. I must tell you this. I met a chap in Texas, a Hebraic chap, and you've heard a lot of actors come out on the stage. They make up a lot of fictitious names for Hebraic gentlemen like DeWitt Clinton Fink or Throckmorton Abramowitz, Lilani Levine. There are no such people. But down in Texas, there's a guy. This is the end of all those names. This fellow's name is Honeysuckle Epstein. Honeysuckle has a mania for driving fast in an automobile. He's been arrested a score of times. He's been in jail. So finally got an idea. He got himself a car made that would go 175 miles an hour. The car was delivered to him. He got in the car, and he went out on the road looking for cops. He sees a cop that's arrested him 8 or 9 times. He's shot by this cop 90 miles an hour. The cop on the motorcycle right after him. And when he got within about 15 yards of Honeysuckle, he gave it a little more gas, you see, up to about 125. Now the cop is going after him all his might. And when the cop got near him the second time, he gave it a little more gas, up to about 145. Now he's going a little too fast for the cop, so he slowed up a little bit, you see. He's monkeying around with the law. When the cop got near him the third time, he gave it all he had, 175 miles an hour down the road. He's gone. He's down the road 8 or 9 miles, looked around. He's lost the cop. So he said, now I'll turn around and give it to him on the way back. Comes back down the road. He's looking for the cop. He finds him underneath a tree. His nose is broken. He's bleeding. His motorcycle is wrecked. Well, he was a wreck. He looked like he'd been hit by a train. Honeysuckle stops the car, turns to the cop. He says, son, what happened to you? He said, what happened to you, boy? Well, the cop says, you know, when I got near you that third time, when you pulled away from me so fast, I thought my motorcycle had stopped, so I got off to see what was wrong with it. There's an Irishman who lives in Brooklyn. His name is Sullivan. Now, this is an Irish story, a little out of my line, but say, I'll try. Mr. Sullivan lives in Brooklyn, and he's in this country about 4 weeks. He's walking down the street, and he finds $245 in a purse on the sidewalk. He looks at it. He says, this is the most fantastic thing I've ever seen in my life. The most amazing thing is this gold in the sidewalk. Fantastic. The most fantastic thing I've ever heard of. What a land. He says it's fantastic. He sees the streetcar. He gets on the streetcar for the first time. He's in the streetcar about 5 minutes. The car has gone about 6 blocks. And the conductor hollers out, Myrtle! And a woman got off.
He says, what a land. The most fantastic thing I've ever heard of in my life. It's fantastic. How did he know her name? It's amazing.
You ride about 5 more blocks, the conductor hollers out, Marcy! And another woman got off.
Jesus, what an organization! It's the most fantastic.
They go about 6 more blocks. The conductor hollers out, Sullivan! She says, that's me. He gets off, he's walking up the street, and a nice old lady walked up to him. She says, I beg your pardon. Is this Sullivan? He says, it is. She said, I'm looking for $2.45, and he handed her the purse. I bumped into my old friend Sam Lapidus. Lapidus is walking down Park Avenue. He passes a very high-tone place. On Park Avenue, they call him Salon. Salon. Plain saloon. Walks in for the first time, walks up to the bartender, says, hi, shorty. Hi, old-timer. Hi, Spunky. He says, I'll have a highball. He says, hold it. I think I'll take a cocktail. One cocktail. The bartender handed him a cocktail. He gave the bartender $1. He's sipping slowly, awaiting the change. No change is forthcoming. He says to the bartender, Shorty. He says, there's a difference between you and me for 35 cents. After all, he said, I'm not a Johnny-come-lately. I'm one of the boys. I'm a Yankee Doodle boy and uptown boy. Highly educated, NYU, also Holy Cross. He says, kick in with a 35, boy. Kick in there, boy. Bartender said, I'm very sorry. We charge $1 for all drinks here. Peter said, for what reason? For what reason? Specify. The bartender said, you see that oil painting on the right? That's a Rembrandt worth $40,000. The one on the left is an old Gainsborough worth $60,000. The one in the middle is invaluable. Well, Peter said, I didn't know you had these kind of facilities. See you again. Comes in the next night, he says, hi, Spunky. Says, I'll have a cocktail. The bartender handed him a cocktail. He put 65 cents on the bar, put his hands over his eyes, and says, I saw the pictures last night.
In speaking of the future and the rich legacy which war research and production will leave to the peacetime world, Philco is aware that without victory, there can be no peace and no future for free men. So the only thing that the men and women of Philco are thinking of today in their laboratories, at their desks and machines, is the only thing that matters for us all: winning the war. At Philco, engineers, scientists, and workers are devoting all their skill, their genius, and the great mass production facilities to the weapons of war, producing radios and vital electronic equipment for planes and tanks, artillery fuses and shells, storage batteries for vital military transport and war industry. But all this research and production for war creates new knowledge, new ideas, new skills. Men of science see their dreams spring to reality. No matter how much the product of their brains and labor may be destroyed in battle, their ideas live. And they will survive after victory to bring you newer and finer products under the famous Philco name in radio, television, refrigeration, and air conditioning.
For the Hall of Fame's finest laurel chapeau, Miss Helen Flores. After serving an apprenticeship as a band vocalist with Artie Shaw, Benny Goodman, and Harry James, Helen stepped out on her own recently with an engagement at the Los Angeles Orpheum. The local variety correspondent caught her act, reported in rave terms to headquarters, and so Helen is with us today. She sings one of her biggest recording successes of 1943. I don't want to walk without you. Here's Helen Forrest.
Knocking at the door, they've asked me out 100 times or more, but all I say is leave me in the blue, and here I stay within my lonely room. The day you left me behind, I'd take a stroll and get you right off my mind, but now I find that I don't want to walk without the sunshine. Your word, you have to turn off all that sunshine. Oh, baby, please come back, or you break my heart for me. The day you left me behind, I'd take a stone and get you right off my mind, but now I find that the sunshine. Why'd you have to turn off all that sunshine? Oh, baby, please come back, or you break my heart for me.
As the year draws toward its close, in the sound and fury of global war, it is natural that our thoughts should turn toward the future. And if our thoughts on this last Sunday of the old year could be uttered in one huge national voice, it's certain, I think, that they would find expression in a prayer for victory and peace. To give words today to the unspoken New Year meditations of millions and millions of Americans We had selected a distinguished actor and a great poet. The poet, Stephen Vincent Benet, whose death in 1943 deprived the free world of one of its most eloquent pleaders for human rights. The actor was to have been Orson Welles. When we learned that illness would prevent Mr. Welles from appearing, we were fortunate enough to be able to engage in his place a brilliant young actor, Raymond Edward Johnson, recently starred on Broadway in Sidney Kingsley's prize-winning play, The Patriots. In The Patriots, Mr. Johnson played the role of Thomas Jefferson. Tonight, he speaks as Jefferson might speak to Americans about to enter a third year of war. Raymond Edward Johnson, then, in Toward the Future, the combination of two celebrated radio works by Stephen Vincent Benet.
Of the free, we pledge our hearts and lives today to the cause of all free mankind. Grant us victory over the tyrants who would enslave all free men and nations. Grant us faith and understanding to cherish all those who fight for freedom as if they were our brothers. Grant us brotherhood and hope and union, not only for the space of this bitter war, but for the days to come, which shall and must unite all the children of earth. Our earth is but a small star in this great universe, yet of it we can make, if we choose, a planet unvexed by war, untroubled by hunger or fear, undivided by senseless distinctions of race, color, or theory. Grant us that courage and foreseeing to begin this task today, that our children and our children's children may be proud of the name of a man. The spirit of man has awakened, and the soul of man has gone forth. Grant us the wisdom and the vision to comprehend the greatness of man's spirit that suffers and endures so hugely for a goal beyond his own brief span. Grant us honor for our dead who died in the faith, honor for our living who work and strive for the faith, redemption and security for all captive lands and peoples, yet most of all, grant us brotherhood, not only for this day, but for all our years. A brotherhood not of words, but of acts and deeds. We are all of us children of earth. Grant us that simple knowledge. If our brothers are oppressed, then we are oppressed. If they hunger, we hunger. If their freedom is taken away, our freedom is not secure. Grant us a common faith that man shall know bread and peace, that we shall know justice and righteousness, freedom and security, an equal opportunity and an equal chance to do his best, not only in our own lands, but throughout the world. And in that faith, let us march toward the clean world our hands can make. This I ask in the name of all Americans everywhere.
By what right? By what right do you speak? Who are you?
Yeah, who are you, mister?
Sounds to me like a fool.
An impractical dreamer, that's what he is.
Maybe he's a poet.
Impractical dreamer, I always say. Impractical dreamer.
Listen, mister, what's your name?
I have been known by many names in many times and places. I crawled out of the sea in the mud long ages ago. And the gods of the thunder and lightning looked at me and said, "That's a queer new fish. He'll never last on land." I hid in the forest, small and frightened. And the dinosaurs clanked around and said, "Who's that impractical dreamer? We'll eat him alive. He's got nothing but hands and a brain." But they left their bones in the rock, and I lasted them out and went on. I crept out of caves toward the sunlight, and I built the free cities of Greece and the law that was Rome. I gathered the wisdom of China, and I sent a word crying through Palestine, a word that cries through the centuries to all men and nations. There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, but we are all brothers. And that word goes on. I have dreamed many times. I found a new world in small ships, and none but the believers believed in me when I first dared that unknown west. When I wrote, "All men are created free and equal," few believed at first, but slowly many believed and many followed. Jefferson. I shivered and prayed at Valley Forge, and my prayer was answered. When I stood at Gettysburg and spoke over the graves, few believed. But the Union lives and shall live, and the government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Yes, I've been called many names. I've spilt my blood in the streets of Paris and Athens and Moscow. I have grown as an oak tree grows from the roots of English law. I have been a preacher named Paul and a rail splitter named Abe Lincoln. I've been called madman and fool, but it's the brave and the sane who follow me first and always. Always first. There has been the dream and the men who are willing to die for it. I call forth the dream and the men. I call them forth from all nations. When man stands up on his feet and looks his fate in the eyes. Only yesterday on Corregidor, my name was Bill Smith from Ohio. And Jesus Maria Garcia was my brother's name. We had a rock to defend, and we defended it. And the name of that rock is liberty. And in that name I speak. For liberty can be lost by the practical man whose hearts are too shrunken to contain it. Liberty can be bartered away by the greedy minds who cannot see beyond their own day. Liberty can be stolen away by the robber and the brute. But liberty grows like grass in the hearts of the common people, from the blood of their martyrs. And the tyrants rage and are gone, but the dream and the deed endure. And I endure. It is I who command men and win battles. I have called them forth in the past, and I'm calling them forth today. I call the brave to the battle line. I call the sane to the council. I call the free millions of earth to the century ahead. The century of the common man established by you, the people. For this world cannot endure half slave and half free. My name is freedom. And my command today is unite. Unite in brotherhood for a people's victory. Unite. Unite in brotherhood for a people's peace.
thanks to Raymond Edward Johnson. If you're a regular member of the Hall of Fame quorum, you will recognize Paul Whiteman's heraldic horn notes as the signal for a brief intermission. Beyond the intermission in Act 2, we shall encounter Lawrence Melchior, Fred Allen, Portland Hoffa, and the entire Allen mob. Mr. Riggs, this is your moment.
And this is the Blue Network.
And to ring up the second act curtain, Paul Whiteman provides a Paul-esque, or should it be Pauline, version of two melodies from the score of the Desert Song, recommended by Variety as the musical movie of the moment. The story is new, but the music has the same Romberg flair of old, as witness Paul's Desert Song medley.
greetings of the season. What feelings do they convey for this holiday week of 1943? Against the background of war, at a time when so many hearts are filled with anxiety, what is the meaning of this gesture of goodwill among men? Today, we offer for each other the greetings of the season as an expression of our faith, courage, and hope. It is a pledge of unity among free men. It is a symbol of our determination to work and to sacrifice that the ideals of peace on earth and goodwill toward men may not perish from the earth. In this spirit, the men and women of Philco Corporation, who are helping to fight the battle of production, look with confidence to the future and to the dawn of a brighter day for all mankind. And for themselves, as well as for Philco dealers everywhere, they send to their many friends in the far corners of the United States and Canada the greetings of the season.
Because of his shining career as a heroic tenor in the Wagnerian tradition, because of his lavishly given services in the war tasks of show business, and especially because he adds 6 feet 4 inches and 300 pounds of natural gaiety to the New York scene, Variety nominates for the Hall of Fame Lauritz Melchior. Large Lauritz and that small and lovely wife of his, the Kleinchen Maria, are taken together a constant indication that the world of good music is not of necessity a pompous, stuffed shirt secret society. Consequently, they're beloved of all local men of goodwill. Lauritz, the great Dane, sings for us a Scandinavian folk song arranged by Edvard Grieg, entitled The Great White Band, Mr. Melchior.
Oh,
which has led us by, we hope, agreeable stages to Fred Allen. And Fred is accompanied by Portland Hoffer, together with the remarkable denizens of Allen's Alley, formerly known as the Mighty Allen Art Players. In the solemnly stated opinion of the editors of Variety, Fred Allen's recent return to the air is just about the most important news of the month in radio, period. If you missed Fred's opening show, you'll have our sympathy. And to make up for your loss, a condensed version now coming up. To appropriate music, enter Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Deems, I want to thank you for a nice, dull welcome. You should have honed my welcome structure a little before I get out. I would have expected something better from the Milton Berle of Carnegie Hall, Deems, after all. Do you realize that I have been away from radio for quite some time?
Well, yes. Where have you been?
Well, I could say I've been hiding, waiting for a pistol packing mama to blow over. But I haven't. I've been out in Hollywood, Dean.
Well, now, Fred, it didn't take you 6 months to get back from Hollywood, did it?
Have you tried to get a reservation on a train lately?
Yes, but even so, California's only 3,000 miles as the crow flies.
You can't even get a reservation on a crow, Dean.
But why should it be so hard to get tickets on trains to California?
Housing conditions. I'll explain to you. A man is going from New York to California. He gives up his apartment in New York. He gets on a train. When he arrives at Los Angeles, the city is crowded, you see. He can't find an apartment. He can't get a room in a hotel. He gets back on the train and returns to New York. Well, by now, the apartment he did have here has been rented. He can't find a place to live in New York. He gets on the train, and that's why it's impossible to buy a railroad ticket to California today, Dean. Thousands of people are living on trains. Thank you very much. A commuter. Thank you very much.
Yes, it must be homey.
It is homey, Deans. I came back from California on the Keys. One little old lady named Levy had been living in an upper berth with her 2 daughters and a rubber plant for 6 months, going and coming from Albuquerque.
Wasn't that a bit crowded?
Well, it was crowded at first, but one of the daughters married a man named Schwartz who was living in the lower berth under them, and the 2 families pooled their space, and now they're all very happy living in a section, Dean. And that's the way it goes. People are just...
Alice!
Well, Portland, even here. You're just in time, Portland. Deans and I are discussing, in sort of a stilted way, the housing shortage.
It's terrible. Some people didn't get any Christmas presents this year.
On account of the housing shortage?
Yes. A lot of families are living in chimneys.
Well, that probably accounts for the flu epidemic, I would say. It shows what people will stoop to for money, doesn't it? The things are sure congested.
Mama put a nickel in a sandwich slot at the automat last night.
Yes?
The door flew open.
And?
A midget was sleeping in there.
On white or rye bread? Yes, that shows it's hard to find a place to sleep, Portland. Even midgets are taking slot lust these days. Now, wait a minute. Something may come of that.
My Uncle Phil is sleeping in Central Park.
Isn't he cold these nights?
No, he picked up an old Indian blanket.
Well, is your Uncle Phil comfortable under the old Indian blanket?
It's a little crowded. The old Indian is still in there.
The Ild Indian, huh? That fixes that up. The Ild Indian. A new tribe has been developed. The Ild Indian.
You know, I beg your pardon, Fred. I hate to interrupt, but there's a friend of mine in the wings who's very anxious to meet you.
Friend in the wings? Some angel in disguise? Well, bring him in, a friend in the wings. Bring him in, Deems. Any friend of yours, I'm sure, is a stranger to me.
His name is...
Who is this party?
Lawrence Melchior.
Uh-huh.
Come on out, Lawrence.
Gad, Mr. Melchior, this is a pleasure. You know, I always enjoy meeting people who are still in my former profession. Fred, don't tell me you were singing? Singer? Why, I was the common Lombardo of my time, Mr. Melchior.
Where did you sing?
Well, I sang my first solo in a church choir.
What happened?
200 people changed their religion. After a short talk with the minister, I gave up choir work and went into opera. For 2 solid seasons, we played The Barber of Seville. Then, bang, Lawrence, the electric razor came in, and The Barber of Seville was through. But enough about little old E-flat me, Mr. Melchior. What about you? You've been in opera many years, I know.
Yes. When I first went into opera, Madame Butterfly was only a caterpillar.
You must have known Boris before he was good enough.
Oh, Fred, I'm not here to tell jokes. I came to talk to you.
To talk to me? Well, of course, Mr. Melchior. What's on your mind?
I have a problem.
You, Lawrence Melchior, the Metropolitan's greatest tenor, you have a problem?
Yes. I want to quit opera and go into radio.
Oh, Lawrence, you're kidding. What's wrong with opera?
Long hair and short dough.
Long hair and short dough,
Right, in radio they pay singers big money.
What singers?
Yesterday, I read that some young boy in the radio is making $30,000 a week.
$30,000 a week?
$30,000 a week. And what does he sing? Won't you tell me when?
Now, look. Look, Mr. Melchior.
Oh, Fred, make me another Sinatra.
You, the great Melchior, want a croon?
Yes.
Oh, the maestro is jesting.
The maestro is hungry.
But, Mr. Melchior, your opera audience is top hats, white tie, and tails. You want to sing for sweatshirts and bobby socks?
$30,000 for...
Now, look, wait, Mr. Melchior, think of those phonograph records you make, those beautiful big 12-inch records. You want to give those up to be on the other side of Spike Jones and his City Slickers? Think, Mr. Melchior.
$30,000, and all these things is all you...
No, well, look, no, please. But who will take your place starring at the Metropolitan? Jessel is in Hollywood. Take a baritone's advice, Mr. Melchior. You stick to opera.
I'll try that Sinatra of the hit parade.
But you're not the Sinatra type. You've got to be thin.
Think I'm too robust?
Robust? Why, your tonsils weigh more than Sinatra. Why, when he's on the air, you can't tell whether Sinatra is singing into the microphone or the microphone is giving Sinatra a transfusion. Forget the whole thing.
Oh, please, Fred. Get me on the radio.
But you can't compare radio to opera. Opening night at the Met. Think, the curtain rises. Your glorious voice casts a magic spell over the audience. Men and women throw their hats and mink into the air and cheer. Bravo, Melchior! Beast, Melchior! Bravo, bravo, beast, beast!
Yes, that's true, but $30,000. Won't you tell me when?
Lawrence, look, I think I can make you see the folly of your way. Will you do me a favor?
Yeah?
Sing me an aria. I just want to prove something to you. You sing me one of those adenoid rattlers of yours. Will you sing a song for me?
Yes, I will.
All right.
What about this one here?
Long
your racket. You see, that's what you like to do. That's what you do best. You should stick to that type of music.
I know, but $30,000. Won't you tell me when we will meet again?
All right. You want to get into radio? I'll show you, Mr. Melchior. If the wrong sponsor signs you, you're apt to end up on a radio show that sounds something like this. We're on the air.
The makers of Pasternak Pretzels present Life Can Be Melchior. Life Can Be Melchior is brought to you every hour on the hour, every day, 168 times a week, by the makers of Pasternak Personality Pretzels.
Today, while every other pretzel is made by machine, untouched by human hand, only Pasternak pretzels are made by hand. Pasternak himself takes a handful of wet dough and steps into a red-hot oven. A few twists, a few turns. When Pasternak is lifted out of that red-hot oven, in his hand he holds a pretzel. No deceit, no trickery. No other pretzel can make this claim. With men who know pretzels best, it's Pasternak, 7 3/8 to 2.
And now, Life Can Be Melchior.
Life Can Be Melchior. The story of one man's struggle to be a failure. Little Larry Melchior was born in a motel in Ohio. Today, on that very site, there stands a Burma shave sign. The world knew that a great singer had been born when the tiny baby's first words were, Figaro, 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 Figaro. Figaro, Figaro, Figaro. At school, his genius was immediately recognized. The teacher gave little Larry a pitch pipe, a metronome, and a picture of Rudy Valley to inspire him. After graduation, he forged ahead with his music. Day after day, hour after hour, little Larry Melchior practiced. 4 years at Curtis Institute of Music, Melchior sang. 8 years at the Juilliard School of Music, Melchior carried on. And then came the crucial test. His audition for the Metropolitan Opera Company. Melchior sang. He had forgotten the words. But this did not stop Lawrence Melchior. Oh, no. Back to 10 more years of... And then Lawrence Melchior finally reached his goals. He became a star at the Metropolitan. His golden voice sang... And now he was ready for his crowning achievement, starring on his own radio program. And here is the star of the Pasternak Pretzel program, Lawrence Melchior, bringing you the music he has spent a lifetime to achieve. Maestro, please.
Pasternak pretzels are the best. Pasternak stands in laboratory test. All guaranteed, none is faulty. Pasternak pretzels are super salty. Pasternak pretzels are
is Jimmy Wallington, who will be at the same old stand next week, ready to escort you through the gates of your Radio Hall of Fame. Radio Hall of Fame is produced by Tom McKnight.
This is the Blue Network.
KERA-FM Dallas, North Texas' only listener-supported radio station. If this is your kind of station, become a member of KERA-FM. Memberships start at $15 a year. Give us a call anywhere in the Dallas-Fort Worth area at 263-KERA and join up. That's 263-KERA.